Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. A word of caution from Trump to the UK Prime Minister as he calls business with China dangerous during Starmer's trip to Shanghai. Trump's pick for chair of the Federal Reserve is announced as former Fed Governor Kevin Walsh after a meeting at the White House. And walking the black carpet, US First Lady Melania Trump attends the premiere of her self-titled movie as it's released worldwide. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's three-day visit continues in China today. The trip marks the first time a British Prime Minister has visited Beijing in 8 years. But President Trump has aired his caution over the deals made, calling business with China dangerous. Jan David reports.
Big smiles and handshakes. Keir Starmer's visit to China continues. He's heralding it as a success.
As a result of our engagement, we've halved the tariffs on whiskey and also got visa-free travel to China for Brits. So really important access.
He's looking to drum up business, boosting economic ties between Britain and the world's second largest economy. Today, the UK-China Business Council restarted after an 8-year hiatus. For China, the UK has pledged more incoming investment. British pharmaceutical company AstraZeneca promising almost $15 billion.
And today we are very proud to announce we're going to invest 100 billion yuans in China over the next 5 years until 2030 to continue building our presence in China.
Starmer's visit is one of many. France, Canada, Finland, Ireland. In recent months, numerous Western leaders have made their way to Beijing. And across the Pacific Ocean, a warning.
President, what do you think about the UK getting into business with China? Keir Starmer is in Beijing.
Well, it's very dangerous for them to do that. You can't look at China as the answer. I know China very well. I know President Xi's a friend of mine. I know him very well, but that's a big hurdle to go over.
Western allies are now looking east, hoping to hedge against a more unstable Washington, D.C. For Starmer, a balancing act, as he hopes to improve relations between Britain and Beijing. Jan David and Arabiya English.
Let's head to Los Angeles now to speak to Derek Grossman, Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So we're going to start off with Starmer. He is in Shanghai today as he does continue his charm offensive amid warnings from Donald Trump that increasing business with China is very dangerous. Is it dangerous or is it economically beneficial for Britain?
Well, thanks for having me. It's really rich for the President of the United States to talk about how dangerous it is for a foreign leader to visit Beijing because he himself is going to China to meet with Xi Jinping in April and likely to try to secure his own economic deals, right? So from that perspective, I think we have to realize that the president is just frustrated that partners like or allies, like the UK and Canada are turning more toward China. Now, if you take the Trump factor out of it entirely and just think about, is it dangerous for Western economies to engage with China? The answer is kind of yes and no, right? I mean, it's not because it provides them with a boost to their own economies through trade and investment and Belt and Road Initiative, infrastructure and investment stuff if they want to do that. But then it could be somewhat dangerous if these countries begin to over-depend on China and begin to look the other way, especially on values when it comes to China, because China continues to violate human rights, is not a democracy, is a surveillance state, and is building a military capable of causing harm to other democracies. And so in a typical analyst format, I'm going to say yes and no.
Derek, yes and no, very diplomatic. But China lifted sanctions on British MPs and peers who've previously criticised the country's human rights record, and a number of agreements we know that have been made between the UK and China. But from my analysis, nothing mega has been announced. Does that come as a surprise? It's almost more about the optics here.
It doesn't come as a surprise to me because the UK and China are just beginning to reset their relationship. And so you do some of the low-hanging fruit first before you get to some of the more substantial deals down the line. And so for China to make that move vis-a-vis the MPs, it's a signal, a very strong signal that China is willing to engage further. And now they're going to look to the British for some sort of reciprocal gesture. This is normal in diplomacy to try to get to, yes rather than no, especially early on, and then you can find some things that maybe will surprise the rest of the world in terms of the types of agreements that might be reached, because now the realm of possibility is that much higher.
And you did say this in your first answer to me, but President Donald Trump will be visiting China, of course, in the coming months. Surely big deals will be struck between the world's two largest economies. And if you could just expand a little bit on why Trump is also frustrated that his allies are now looking at China.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually unclear what's going to happen when Trump goes to China. I think in his own mind, he would love to secure some major trade deals. But I think the devil's in the details on those. And we'll see what happens. But Trump being Trump, he really only likes to visit places or have foreign leaders visit him when there is a tangible policy deliverable. We're seeing this across the board in places like India and Indonesia with some of these trade deals and reciprocal tariff deals, right? So I'm not sure Xi Jinping's willing to give him a major policy deliverable in that regard. So, I mean, I think the trip's going to happen because Trump likes Xi and wants to be more like Xi. But I think there's this other factor, which is there's got to be something in it for me personally and for the United States to go forward. And I think when it comes to Trump's view of Canada and the UK, it's just frustration because obviously we're pushing them into the arms of China. And he doesn't really have a good answer for why that's happening. I mean, the answer is reciprocal tariffs, right? And mistreating allies and partners around the world, not treating them with respect. We saw how he acted at Davos a couple of weeks ago and talking about how the British hadn't, provided enough to NATO and that NATO would be nothing without the United States. Those types of comments do not go over well at all, of course, in Europe and elsewhere.
And something else happening over in the US is Wall Street stocks have dipped early today on Friday as markets digest the nomination of Kevin Walsh as the Federal Reserve Chair. Is Trump's pick the right man for the job?
Well, it's the right man for Trump because Trump wants to lower interest rates, and his pick is going to do exactly that. But what's kind of alarming about this is that the Federal Reserve at its inception in the early 1900s was all about providing stability and predictability in the market when it comes to interest rates instead of politicians deciding simply to print more money to give to their constituents and causing more inflation as a result, right? I mean, in the United States, we tried that throughout the 19th century, and that did not go over well at all because we had a recession every 10 to 15 years, right? So the idea is you want to have somebody there who's apolitical, non-political, who's kind of in a vacuum, right? Who cannot really be messed with politically, except his pick is someone who is also very much supportive of Trump, has, I believe, donated to Trump as well, or someone in his immediate circle at least has donated to Trump. So there's a clear political connection here, and that I think is worrisome over the long term.
And actually, Derek, just before we did come on air, India's Modi and Venezuela's Delcy Rodriguez have agreed in a phone call to deepen ties between the two countries. Does this come as a surprise when it comes to India and Venezuela?
I don't think so, because India's foreign policy is very much about engage everyone all the time, right? Except for maybe Pakistan, because that's their arch enemy on their border. But generally speaking, India tries to engage with everybody. And if there is a change in regime, India is usually pretty wise in engaging with the new leaders of that regime to maintain relationships. Sometimes they're a little bit slower than in other times. I mean, for example, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan back in 2021, it took a couple of years for India to start to cultivate ties with the Taliban. But generally speaking, this is something that is very normal in Indian foreign policy, and I expect it to continue, even though it could maybe ruffle feathers, in Washington or elsewhere.
Derek Grossman, as always, thank you so much for joining the show.
Thanks. Take care.
No nuclear and no killing of protesters. President Trump's two things required from Iran to avoid US military action. Trump said there were big, powerful ships sailing to Iran right now, and it would be great if he didn't have to use them. Meanwhile, Iran has said it wouldn't negotiate with the US whilst under threat. Let's cross live to Beirut to speak to Al Arabiya advisor on US and international affairs, Rahida Durgam. Rahida, thank you so much for joining me. So earlier...
Thank you for inviting.
Pleasure. Speaking in Turkey, Iran's foreign minister says we will never give up diplomacy in order to find a solution on all matters. Is this a positive signal to calm tensions with the US?
Indeed, it's a positive signal if it's serious, if the commitment to negotiations is on the issues that are on the table, which are the nuclear dossier, of course, the ballistic missiles, and the use of proxies to destabilize countries in the region. If Iran is willing to absolutely be honest about negotiating on, or at least addressing these issues, then yes, it's positive. But if it is for the purpose of procrastination only, I think we've been there, done that. I think that is not going to suffice. I think in this case, the drumbeats of war are going to take over these noises of alleged diplomacy.
Iran also criticised the EU for designating the IRGC as a terrorist organisation, arguing the Revolutionary Guard keeps ISIS under control. Do you think, in your opinion, the EU has made a strategic mistake here?
Certainly not. Why would that be a strategic mistake? What the Revolutionary Guards of Iran are doing is actually destabilizing actively countries in the region through their own militias, through their own proxies, and through the paramilitary forces that they have dispatched or at least employed in the countries whereby they have no respect for the sovereignty of these countries. In fact, they respond only to orders from Tehran. Now, this is really worth a lot of punishment for the Revolutionary Guards, not to mention what they do on the level of internal developments in Iran. I think that trouble with the regime in Tehran is that authority, that extensive authority that had been given to the Revolutionary Guards, who on their own terms and in their own way promote terrorism in order to control. So, I think it was a very wise deterrent by the Europeans. This position is a deterrent to avoid a big all-out war. I hope that the Iranians get the message and, start to think over their own methods of communicating within their own, within the country with their own people and outside the country through their proxies, such as the Houthis in Yemen, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and of course the Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq.
And Rakhida, Iran says it's more prepared than last year to reply to any attacks on its country. This warning comes as a US warship is seen close to Iranian waters. We've also heard Donald Trump saying the Armada is on its way. Surely American military power is far superior.
Yeah, of course, you're absolutely right. And I believe that Iran will think twice before it takes on the United States militarily head on. I think they are aware that, yes, they have the capabilities in Iran to cause damage to the other. But will they win militarily if they engage directly with the United States? I think it's quite obvious that the United States is the superpower, and it will not be able to, Iran will not be able to call on its allies, whether it be it China, be it Russia. They're not going to come in militarily on the side of Iran for the regime's survival and engage against the United States militarily, no matter what. I don't think all this talk about, we have a pact and we have a defense pact with Russia and with China, that talk is to just really make noise, because these pacts are at this moment really useless, as neither China nor Russia will come in militarily on the side of the regime in Tehran. So I think even the Iranians will think twice about it. That's why they want to do the negotiations process, which is a good thing if it is serious. I repeat, if they are intent on making compromises. The compromises have got to be serious and genuine. And again, if they think in Iran that they could just go back to the table to buy time, to give a little on the nuclear weapons or the nuclear program issue, it's not enough. It's too late to do that. Now, squarely, and as Steve Witkoff, the envoy of the President of the United States, said, we have these issues on the table. We have the nuclear program and nuclear ambitions. Of course, it is to stop the oppression inside Iran. And of course, there's the ballistic missiles that have got to be limited and stop the proxies or stop supporting the proxies as they destabilize countries in the region.
Rakhida Durgam, as always, brilliant to have you on the show and your analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The Trump administration says it may scale back federal forces in Minnesota if state and local officials cooperate. Border Czar Tom Homan said immigration enforcement would continue but be more targeted, with fewer agents on the streets and more in jails. Meanwhile, former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested after filming anti-ICE protests at a church in Minnesota. A man accused of impersonating a federal agent has been arrested in New York after allegedly trying to secure the release of Luigi Mangione. Prosecutors say Mark Anderson posed as an FBI agent at a Brooklyn jail, claiming he had signed court papers. Today, a judge ruled Mangione should not face the death penalty after the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mozambique is grappling with its worst floods in decades, with nearly 700,000 people affected across the central and southern regions. Weeks of heavy rain have destroyed homes and infrastructure, forcing many into temporary shelters. And Thailand's February election is shaping up as a tight three-way race, with a progressive party leading in opinion polls. The current Prime Minister's Conservative Party is trailing behind both the progressive and former ruling parties. Come to Kyiv if you dare. That's the message from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky as he invited Russia's Vladimir Putin for talks on his turf. Zelensky says he is ready for any format of leaders' summit, but not if it takes place in Moscow. Reports suggest this weekend's talks in Abu Dhabi could be postponed. Meanwhile, Ukraine's leader thanked the US for putting an end to strikes on the country's energy infrastructure. Take a listen.
I am grateful to the American side for their efforts to halt the strikes on our energy infrastructure at this time, and we hope the United States will be able to secure this. There is a statement today from the President of the United States. The real situation at our energy facilities and in our cities tonight and in the coming days will show the results. As before, the situation remains most difficult in Kyiv, especially with heating issues. More than 450 residential buildings across several districts in Kyiv are without heat, most of them as a result of these strikes.
Let's go live to Kyiv to speak to Ukrainian MP Kira Ruddock. Kira, thank you so much for joining the show this evening. Kira, first off, what is the possibility of de-escalation after this agreement from Russia to halt attacks for this week due to those freezing temperatures in Ukraine, which could reach minus 30 Celsius in the coming days?
Hello, Leigh Ann, and thank you so much for having me. We are very hopeful. I think everybody understands that Ukraine's energy is hanging by a thread. And we are really hopeful that we will survive through these cold temperature spats. But there is no details provided on this potential energy ceasefire from Russia. We only have heard announcements by President Trump, and we only should believe his words. And what would happen if Russia breaks their word and will attack the energy infrastructure? Also, we have seen that they continue attacking our logistics. So basically, me, my family, our home is a fair target under this so-called energy ceasefire. And this is really unfortunate because it's basically we are being killed in front of the whole world. And now when there is a chance that there will be less killing, everybody applauds to this as a real peace effort, while it is obviously not.
And what you just explained to me is a very, very difficult situation that you are facing in Ukraine right now. We said freezing cold temperatures. You're now saying that Russia is striking the infrastructure. Your home is under threat. Your family is under threat. Do you think Donald Trump and the international community are doing enough for Ukraine right now?
I think 4 years into full-scale invasion, there should be very clear things, and we should be looking at the facts. We appreciate the support of our partners, of the United States, European Union, many countries throughout the world. However, there is not a simple solution that you can talk to Putin and end the war. And the solution is and always have been to strengthen Ukraine, to weaken Russia, and then bring the war to end. Unfortunately, we see that we are on the way to that, but we are not there. The sanctions on Russia still are not working 100%, and still there are so many ships of the Shadow Fleet that are free to sail throughout the world and sell Russia's oil products. Europe decided to ban Russia's natural gas until 2027, which is still a year and a half, well, almost 2 years to go. We see that the weapon supplies are flowing slower than expected, and Russia's assets are being still frozen and not confiscated to be used to defend Europe and Ukraine. So there is much more to do because we see the result of all the efforts on the ground. Russia keeps attacking us. They keep manufacturing their weapons and supplies. They're overpassing the sanctions and still getting the Western particles to manufacture their weapons and missiles. So no matter that we are really grateful for everything that's being done, there is still many things that can be done to make the situation better.
And Kira, Zelensky says he doesn't know when the next round of US-mediated talks between Ukraine and Russia are going to take place. That's after reports the upcoming meetings in Abu Dhabi this weekend have been cancelled. Could this set back those all-important negotiations?
All the negotiations need to have some idea of the end game in mind. And the end game in these negotiations, which everybody hopes that could be peace, still have one unanswered question there. What will stop Putin from attacking us in the future? Until that is set, all the negotiations will be talking and dancing around this massive issue. I don't think there is anybody in the world who thinks that we can trust Russia. We know for sure that we cannot. And until it is clear, how do we make sure that Russia would not break their word tomorrow, in 2 years, in 3 years, and attack us again? All the discussions, all the handshakes will not be resultative and will not lead to a certain end game. This is why the US involvement is very critical, because we look at the US as the partner who can provide those security guarantees, who can promise the pressure on Russia and who can promise military support for Ukraine. So we will know that in case there would be some break of a ceasefire or a peace deal, we will have this backstop, the support. However, right now it is still unclear, and this is why I think the discussions are stalled.
And Kira, Zelensky has declined an invite to Moscow by the Russian president, instead publicly inviting Putin to Ukraine. Are the two leaders preparing to meet face-to-face as the war grinds on?
Imagine that there is like a place, obviously not Kiev and not Moscow, that there is a place where President Zelensky and dictator Putin may meet. What would be the expectations of such a meeting? That they will look each other in the eye, internationally accepted war criminal and president of Ukraine, and then discuss what? I think at this point, again, without a clear setup of the future security of Europe, about the US guarantees, it really, the meeting is not anywhere in the eyesight. It's Putin's strategy to escape the sanctions that President Trump has promised to impose if Russia will not be at the negotiating table. And they are at the table. However, is it like having any output, any result? We will see. Coming back, Leigh Ann, to the energy ceasefire, what we have heard, that it has been promised that there would be no attacks until the 1st of February, which is in 2 days. And unfortunately, the extremely low temperatures in Ukraine will be for the good part of February. So what does this mean, and what should we expect? This is at this point unclear, and I can tell you here on the ground, people are very worried. They think that this is a trick from Russia to have our air defenses forces to be relaxed, so then when they attack us, we will not be able to fight back against their missiles and drones.
Kira Ruddock, as always, thank you for speaking to me, and do stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Elon Musk's SpaceX and xAI are in talks to merge with Starlink Satellites, X Social Media, and Grok AI SpaceX, which might also include Tesla in the deal. Plans to go public with a valuation likely above $1 trillion. President Trump is threatening to impose 50% tariffs on Canadian planes after Canada refused to certify aircrafts made by American firm Gulfstream. The latest warning follows Trump's remarks that a 100% tariff will be imposed on Canada if it struck a trade deal with China. Turning to all the sports news now, and the big story, Novak Djokovic has beaten Jannik Sinner in the semi-finals of the Australian Open to make it all the way to the final. He'll face Carlos Alcaraz, who fought through a leg issue after beating Alexander Zverev. And Anthony Joshua has paid tribute to his two close friends who were killed in a car crash in Nigeria last year. In an emotional video, the 36-year-old boxer, who sustained minor injuries, said he had been through a tragic and traumatic time. MMA legend Khabib Nurmagomedov has spoken to Al Arabiya English ahead of his cousin's title fight on Saturday, the 7th of February. Usman Nurmagomedov will defend his PFL lightweight world title against Britain's Alfie Davis in Dubai. That's happening next weekend. I caught up with him to ask him his predictions and if he missed life inside the cage. Take a listen. Khabib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. Like I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym. I can fight some best fighters in the world, you know, and in my weight classes, even above, you know. And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach, and they said that you just pushed them.
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want that everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say.
And of course, we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And you love football. I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two team is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Trump accompanied his wife Melania last night as they attended her new self-titled movie premiere in Washington. Walking the black carpet, the US president and his cabinet watched the behind-the-scenes glimpse of the Trump's return to the White House. It details the 20 days leading up to his second inauguration through the eyes of his wife. Here's what we can expect.
You can come in. Come on in. Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire.
Beautiful. Together with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Let's get the thoughts and opinions of showbiz reporter Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, there we go. We finally get to see a glimpse into the life of the First Lady. But let's get to business. How much money is Melania expected to take from the documentary?
Well, let's not beat around the bush here, Leigh Ann. Throughout the whole week, there's been so much talk about the lack of sales to go and watch this documentary. So far, it's been confirmed that they've taken $1 million in pre-sales, but for its opening weekend, it's only projected to take $5 million, which is pretty low because Amazon MGM, they've signed to have the exclusive rights of this documentary for $40 million. Plus, they've spent $35 million on marketing it. So altogether, it's been a $75 million project. And for its opening weekend to get $5 million, that's not enough money to replace how much has been donated or been paid to get this project off the ground. But Melania will be laughing all the way to the bank because she will be taking $30 million of what Amazon have paid for this project.
And I find it fascinating because right now, Stephanie, we're just watching the trailer on our channel. It is so well done, isn't it? It looks absolutely beautiful. Donald Trump claims that the tickets are selling fast. You've just told me that sales haven't been going well at all. So this opening weekend, what are the projections? Is it not going to be anything to celebrate, really, for Melania?
I don't think it will be a big celebration for her. And Donald Trump said, it's been hard for ticket sales following COVID, but there are some big blockbusters in the cinemas right now, including an action movie from Jason Statham called Shelter. There's also a film called Predator at the moment, which is out. So there's big films out at the moment. And I think, you know what, when it comes to these political documentaries, they just don't do well. So if it's being projected for $5 million, I think that's going to be a very low turnout of people coming to see it. And also, it doesn't help that they've kept the movie away from the press. A lot of journalists haven't been able to see it to give their thoughts or their critique on it. So you can't drum up that curiosity with fans if you haven't allowed press to share their views on such a documentary.
And it's really interesting because we're just talking about a documentary and it being political, but a lot of people have said Melania's film actually appears to be apolitical. So why will South Africa not be showing the First Lady's documentary, Stephanie?
Well, South African distributor Filmfinity, they've come out and they said due to the current climate, they will not be showing it. So clearly it had something to do with politics. They were very vague in their statement, but it's well known that President Donald Trump, he's had a bit of a combative relationship with South Africa. On his last visit there was reports how he was saying that there was a white genocide going in the country. So I feel subconsciously this is a political move from South Africa, not to show this documentary, because again, it's nothing to do with politics. It's all through the eyes of Melania Trump. So I think this is definitely a snub, which is coming from high up in South Africa.
And let's talk a little bit about Brett Ratner. He is the controversial director behind this film. What more can you tell us, Stephanie?
It's a weird choice, Leigh Ann, that they decided to go for this director. You know, they could have got someone who's well loved in Hollywood, but they decided to go for this controversial figure, Brett Ratner. This is his first feature in 12 years. He moved to Israel following multiple allegations of sexual misconduct on set from so many women. So, you know, he hasn't got a good reputation. And on Rolling Stones magazine, they've said that at least 2/3 of the crew who worked on this documentary, they've refused for their names to be used in the credits. So it doesn't say much of Melania to use a director who has been accused by multiple women of sexual assault and sexual misconduct. So I think this does the documentary no favours, and it's not going to help with its sales or people's interest in it, because people see it as a cosign for a really disgraced director.
Stephanie Tecci, I must say something. I always love to watch what Melania is wearing, and we do get a little bit of sketches and how her fashion is all panned out. So that will be quite interesting to see. But Stephanie Tecci, as always, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you so much.
A reminder of our top stories. A word of caution from Trump to the UK Prime Minister as he calls business with China dangerous during Starmer's trip to Shanghai. Trump's pick for chair of the Federal Reserve is announced as former Fed Governor Kevin Walsh after a meeting at the White House. And walking the black carpet, US First Lady Melania Trump attends the premiere of her self-titled movie as it's released worldwide. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today's news coverage is led by mounting fears of a showdown with Iran as President Trump considers tougher military steps and U.S. forces move into position across the region. We'll track how international media is reacting from Europe to the Middle East, alongside Britain's delicate diplomacy with both Washington and Beijing. And back in the U.S., we'll turn to domestic headlines, including a late push to avert a looming government shutdown. The threat of military action against Iran was a major international story. Global outlets focused on Trump's renewed warnings to Tehran, the U.S. military buildup near Iran, and also Iran's threats of retaliation, framing it as a serious risk of escalation. European and Middle Eastern media also highlighted diplomatic efforts to cool tensions and the EU's move against Iran's Revolutionary Guard, underscoring fears of a wider regional conflict. The New York Times reports that President Trump is now weighing a broader and more aggressive set of military options against Iran, going beyond earlier plans tied to protecting protesters. The piece cites officials who say the choices now include deeper strikes on nuclear and missile sites, targeting senior leaders and also covert raids inside Iran. It notes that while Trump says he still prefers a deal, he is pairing diplomacy with a growing military buildup, signaling Tehran must accept sweeping demands or face action with speed and violence. The New York Times also shows how Trump's threats are now backed by a visible military presence and buildup around Iran. The piece includes maps that track the USS Abraham Lincoln Strike Group in the Arabian Sea, placing its F-35s and F-A-18s within range of Iranian targets. Another map also, we're going to see it right now, plots U.S. bases across the Gulf, highlighting Al Udeid in Qatar and Jordanian airfields where F-35Es are deployed. Together, the graphics reveal 30,000 to 40,000 U.S. troops positioned for rapid action as Trump weighs expanded strike options. Israel Hayom revealed that U.S. working with Israel, Britain, France and regional partners has assembled a detailed target bank for possible strikes on Iran alongside an accelerated intelligence push. The piece says planning now links military options with financial warfare. It explains that Washington is tracking billions moved abroad by the regime and Revolutionary Guard figures in order to freeze Iranian assets and also weaken Tehran's capacity to fight. The report cites officials who describe scenarios ranging from symbolic strikes to a large bombing campaign, with sanctions and cyber attacks also on the table as pressure mounts. Israel Hayom also spotlights Strike Radar, a new Israeli-made platform that uses AI to estimate when President Trump might order strikes on Iran. The report explains that the tool was built overnight by tech manager Yonatan Bak, and it pulls from public data, including major news outlets, Pentagon activity signals and prediction markets, and converts them into a live probability score. The founder says the system weighs spikes in war-related language and also betting behavior to flag rising risk. The piece indeed captures how technology is now stepping into a space once reserved for intelligence agencies. The Guardian reports that Britain is unlikely to join any U.S. strike on Iran, but it's preparing to help Gulf allies if Tehran retaliates. The piece centers on the RAF's deployment of Typhoon jets to Qatar, presented as a defensive move to protect the region from drones and also cruise missiles. It notes Washington's growing military buildup in spite of Prime Minister Keir Starmer's avoiding speculation about U.S. action. But overall, the piece frames Britain's role as cautious, legally constrained and focused on regional defense rather than direct confrontation. The Telegraph reports that Britain is preparing to follow the EU in designating Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corporation as a terrorist organization, adding pressure on Keir Starmer to fast-track new legislation. The report highlights Brussels' decision to proscribe the IRGC over its role in crushing protests, alongside growing calls in Westminster for tougher action. It details proposed UK powers mirroring terror law, while noting official concerns about diplomatic fallout. Apart from Iran, U.S. news has been dominated by domestic politics. Headlines focused on a last-minute deal to avert a government shutdown driven by clashes over immigration enforcement and ICE. The Washington Post reported that President Trump and the Senate Democrats have reached a late-stage deal to avert a government shutdown by funding most federal agencies through September, while separating Homeland Security for a 2-week extension. The piece notes the pause would allow talks on new limits for immigration agents after the killing of Alex Fritty in Minneapolis. It concludes that despite Senate leaders signaling progress, hurdles remain in the House, making a brief shutdown still possible. Another big story in America is the backlash after the ICE shooting in Minneapolis. The Washington Post reveals how ICE has rapidly expanded its surveillance arsenal, backed by new funding, and now uses advanced tools to track migrants and protesters alike. The piece includes several diagrams breaking down how these systems work. One of these diagrams shows facial recognition in 5 steps, from capturing an image to verifying a match in government database. Another explains license plates readers, as you can see, illustrating how roadside cameras convert plates into searchable text. and also a third map-style graphic details, as you can see, cell phone tracking showing how Stingray devices mimic towers to pull nearby phones onto government networks. Additional diagrams walk through phone hacking, listing recovered data like messages and locations, and compare drone types. Together, the visuals underscore how ISIS technology-driven reach is reshaping enforcement and civil liberties. The Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump has picked Kevin Warsh as the next Federal Reserve chair, bringing an end to weeks of behind-the-scenes jockeying over who would succeed Jerome Powell. The report highlights how Warsh, a former Fed governor who lost out to Powell in 2017, has since repositioned himself as a vocal critic of the central bank, aligning himself more closely with Trump's push for faster rate cuts and tariffs. The piece also underscores the fraught backdrop of the decision, with the Fed under political pressure and Powell facing a Justice Department probe, raising fresh questions about central bank independence. And we'll end with the New York Post, which covers the glossy Washington premiere of Melania, the First Lady's self-produced documentary, framing it as both a personal portrait and a political spectacle. The piece highlights Melania Trump's tight creative control, from the black carpet branding to also the final edit, while also detailing the heavy MAGA guest list and high-powered cabinet attendance. It notes the film's focus on 20 days before inauguration, and it also highlights the absence of Trump's adult children, as well as Amazon's $40 million gamble, raising questions about whether star power can translate into box office success. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
There's been intense debate and misinformation about whether Alex Preddy, the Minneapolis man killed by ICE agents, was armed when he was shot. And a lot of that hinges on one big question: where was the gun? Here's what evidence says. Federal officials claim Preddy approached agents with a handgun and threatened them.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
But multiple videos from the scene show something different. Preddy is seen holding a phone, not a gun, moments before the confrontation. One widely shared clip even shows an agent searching his body after shots were fired and saying, "Where's the gun?" So what happened? Video and forensic analysis suggests that Preddy was disarmed by an agent. In this video, you can see an officer removing a gun from Preddy's waistband while he was on the ground. And then 10 shots were fired. Seconds after the first shot is fired, the officer in a gray jacket is heard saying, "I got the gun," and walks towards the officers surrounding Preddy. Crucially, no video so far shows Preddy waving or pointing a gun at officers before he was shot. Legal experts and bystanders point out, carrying a gun with a permit is legal in Minnesota, and carrying is not the same as threatening. So far, there is no available footage showing Preddy aiming or displaying a weapon, evidence that would be required to support claims he posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what or who increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the U.S. well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce the independence. You know, independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this U.S. administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of U.S. industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the U.S. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the U.S., overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold, and we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, you know, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular had become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. You know, when you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, you know, the .coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern. And at some point, earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you're absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months. okay, because they are volatile and we are, like you said, all-time highs, and we may get a correction and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now? So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies. Thank you so much, Dr. Fuhrman. Thank you.
Thank you.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what or who increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the IMF raises its 2026 GDP growth forecast for the kingdom from 4% to 4.5%. This as the government urges more efficiency in spending. Fueled by the success of last year's debut sale in Saudi Arabia, the global auction house Sotheby's is gearing up for a second sale in Riyadh's Diriyah district. And we're going to be telling you about the honey festival that has just wrapped up in the northern region of Al Juf, which was reported to have been buzzing with economic activity. We begin today with some fresh economic data. Now, thanks to Saudi Arabia's robust non-oil economy, the IMF has raised its 2026 GDP growth forecast for the kingdom from 4% to 4.5%. Well, in Q3, the economy grew 5%. That is the fastest pace since 2023. But in the context of lower oil revenues, the government is reinforcing its message that it is shifting gears on spending and fine-tuning certain economic plans. While speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, the Ministry of Planning and the Economy, Faisal Al-Ibrahim, and the Minister of Finance, Mohammed Al-Jadan, said that it was clear that the focus on spending must be efficiency, and that if costly projects don't fit squarely with the kingdom's priorities, they will be put to one side. Now, the 22nd of January was an important date for the Saudi real estate market. That was the day that new rules governing property ownership by foreigners officially came into effect. Well, it's expected that the move will attract global investors, boost real estate development and support growth in the non-oil economy. Well, the Real Estate General Authority has outlined those rules, which vary for foreign residents, non-residents and overseas companies. We're going to talk about that and another piece of new legislation, namely the liberalisation of rules about foreign investment in Saudi stocks. Well, we're going to speak now to Omar Ahmed Bahlewa, who is the president of Optimum Business Consulting Bureau, who advises and guides local companies and FDIs in the kingdom. Thanks so much for joining us from Riyadh. I want to talk about that new legislation that I was just mentioning there. Saudi Arabia opening the stock market to foreign investors as of the 1st of February. Could you just start by putting that in perspective for us? How significant is this move, in your opinion?
The market is huge. We are the largest market in the Middle East compared to any other country in the Middle East. We are as big as 3 or 4 countries altogether. At the same time, the companies in the Atasi market are in the capital market are really good companies. We've been experiencing lots of processing in the last 3 or 4 decades. Some big companies joined the Atasi, like the biggest oil company in the world, Aramco, in addition, of course, of the Saudi banks, financial institutions, health institutions, etc. So the market will be open widely for investors to come and buy shares, invest in these companies, acquire some shares, and either on small or medium or as much as 100%. So the opportunities are very good. And the timing, Tom, the timing is excellent. I mean, for any investor to come at this time, this is the time for buying shares in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thanks for that. We're going to come on to the topic of deregulation for foreign property owners in just a moment. But let's just stay on the macroeconomic picture in Saudi Arabia for a bit longer. What would you say are the main indicators at this moment? And what do they tell us about the overall health of the Saudi economy?
We are the largest economy in the Middle East with an overall GDP of $1.250 trillion. So we are large we're by large the biggest country in terms of economy. And on the other side, we are a vibrant economy as well. So the future is massive. We have the Vision 2030 up to 2030. But in Davos, these days, most of the leaders of Saudi Arabia are talking about 2040 and 2050. They're talking about the beginning of the second stage of developments in Saudi Arabia. In addition, we have lots of activities coming in the short and medium term, like Expo 2030, World Cup in 2034, and 2027 we have Asia Cup. Also, the openness of tourism, the mining industry on the other side, the AI and technology development on the other side. Also, we have opened another wide investment sector in the health industry. So you're talking about massive opportunities in the country, and we are, as I say, the vibrant society and our vibrant business. So the massive or the progress of development and investments in Saudi Arabia is unstoppable.
Okay, now moving on to that other big announcement that, as I said earlier, has just been made. Now, this deregulation regarding foreign property ownership. How significant is that, do you think?
Real estate industry is the largest industry after oil in Saudi Arabia. And most of the investments that are coming now on a massive and large scale, even mega scale, are in real estate. For an example, PIF is investing in many sectors of real estate, like in the tourism in Amala and Red Sea and the gate of Jeddah, Mecca Road. Also in Neom, that's another well-known real estate development project. In addition to the southern part and central part of Saudi Arabia, residential houses. We're talking now, even now we have what's so-called Trump palaces. That's another huge project coming for the elite and worldwide. Whoever wants to buy a very special resident in a very special area with lots of facilities. That's such an example of projects in real estate. So as I said, the real estate is the second largest industry in Saudi Arabia, and it is coming massively. So opening that sector for foreign investors is another I would say trend of Saudi Arabia to open the country for the world.
Now, you've had a long career as a businessman, more than 30 years as a consultant specifically. What sort of words would you use to describe the evolution of the Saudi business environment during those 30 years that you've been active?
Evolution of the economy never stopped in Saudi Arabia. I mean, when I started, I was like a young engineer. So when I started, we were like financing industries in Saudi Arabia, or providing finance and SIDF to industries in Saudi Arabia. And that was another way of accelerating and expanding the industrial sector in Saudi Arabia. Then, of course, I joined many other organizations from management of different companies until at final destination was in the Council Saudi Chambers, where we used to promote Saudi Arabia internationally. I was Secretary General of the Committee for International Trade, so we were going all over the world to market Saudi Arabia in terms of not only investments, but in terms of partnership. We took delegations to all over the world, just name it, North America, Europe, Far East, China, Japan, Korea, etc. And at the same time, when they come over, we also match them with the local investors, like Saudi investors, and we put heads together to make sure that they join efforts to build up projects. And we have succeeded I was lucky to be a contributor of that participation and development of Saudi Arabia.
Thanks. And could you tell us a bit more about the profile of the sorts of investors that are entering the Saudi market today, and perhaps how you've seen the evolution of the profile of investors since you first went into business in the early 90s?
Well, I would say big difference. In the 90s, there was no FDI, and the ownership of foreigners were maximum 49%. Then in April 2000, the new foreign law have been issued, and then the FDI allowed foreigners to own their business 100%, and not only own it, but also they can they have lot like soft tax exemptions. Also, they can get loans from financial institutions, like government loans. Also, they can get or lease land for long term. They could also own their own real estate and major cities like Riyadh, Jeddah, and Eastern Province. In addition to many other processing, like they have their own visas. They can have their own families. They can sponsor their own families. And now with the no changes and no reformation of the laws and of Saudi Arabia, now foreigners can come over and can be treated as a Saudi in terms of everything, with the special visa, with the special resident permit, in addition to, of course, the real estate, practicing, bringing their family. And we have elaborated the society so they can live among Saudis. And I'm sure, Tom, you visited Saudi Arabia and you've seen the massive change that took place from 2018 up to date. We ourselves couldn't believe it, and we cannot catch up with these changes in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that firsthand in every edition of The Real Deal, where we talk more about it. Is there anything that, as a consultant who's helping some of these foreign investors find their way into the market and navigate the business landscape, are you seeing any mistakes that foreigners make over and over again when they try to break into the market?
Well, I would say the major mistake is the stereotype concept or perception of foreign investors about Saudi Arabia. So I would suggest for any investor to come over first and visit the country, understand not only the business culture, but also the social culture. In addition, they have to use the tools, especially in the private sector, like meet people in the Chamber of Commerce, visiting the Federation of Commerce, understanding the rules and regulations in the country. Everything is online now, so they don't have even to bother by hiring people at this stage or at the beginning, so they can get into the statistics, they get into licenses, they can get into loans, etc. online. We are very, very advanced in digital or e-government and digital industry, so they can really enjoy lots of features in the country and enjoy not only investing but also enjoying the quality of life, because we care about quality of life in the country. So lots of issues are there. So they have first to come and visit and visualize what's happening in the country, then join us and share the future with us, inshallah, for their prosperity and good future for them in Saudi Arabia.
And this is obviously happening because a lot of multinational companies are making Saudi Arabia, in particular Riyadh, their choice of destination for a regional headquarters. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I need to see more of SMEs to come over and have the courage to come over, because most of these SMEs can add value also, and they can start small, no problem. They can get loans, no problem. They can also stay on a smaller scale until they grow up. So I would encourage FDIs on SMEs. Big companies can find their ways around, but SMEs need help, and people like us can help them big time. Also, the country is not very expensive, so they can afford not only life, but also afford to do business in the country. Also, not to forget that the country is surrounded by about 500 million population in a radius of about 1 to 2 hours flying. So, and we are the gate to Africa. We are among three continents. So there are a lot to do. So I would encourage also SMEs from all over the world to have Saudi Arabia as their destination for their ideas and perspectives.
Now, you mentioned a couple of the sectors you've seen leading the huge transformation there in Saudi Arabia, and you said some of them at the beginning. I mean, which sectors do you think hold the most potential during the next decade?
I would say mining industry, because mining industry is big. You're talking about $2.8 trillion, worth of mining in Saudi Arabia. And if you put 3 or 4 folds on that would go up to about, let's say, $15 trillion worth of business in the next 2 or 3 decades. So mining industry is a very, very potential sector. However, other sectors like AI, Internet of Things, tourism is another massive, and it's just we've explored tourism only 6-7 years ago, and the massive volume of tourism in the country, especially the religion or religious tourism. Like we have the 2 holy Mosque of Mecca and Medina, and that will attract 1.5 billion population in the Islamic world. So whoever has a concept of tourism, that's another fertile field for him to come and invest in that field. In addition, as I say, to education, health industry. Well, there are a lot. I mean, I cannot just brief them in a course of about a few minutes.
Fair enough. Lots to talk about. Anyway, we're just bringing this conversation to an end. Lots is changing. Any sort of parting message for our viewers?
Well, I always say, and always wherever I go worldwide, I say, come and share future with us. We have a young population, hospitable nation. We have a warm weather. We have nice industries. We have very nice living standards and quality living standards. So whoever wants to come in Saudi Arabia, he will really enjoy living in the country and building up a future with us.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed, Omar Ahmed Barlewa, President of the Optimum Business Consulting Bureau. We really appreciate that parting message, and we really appreciate you talking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's get a quick check of some of the other stories from the week. Saudi Aramco says it expects bigger than forecast financial gains thanks to artificial intelligence. Well, speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, the company's chief executive, Amin Nasser, said that AI and advanced technology could have delivered up to $5 billion in value during the year 2025. Well, the gains come from lower drilling and maintenance costs, improved productivity, and smarter use of data across oil and gas operations. Fresh figures show that Saudi Arabia's crude oil exports are climbing to their highest level in more than 2.5 years, reaching more than 7.3 million barrels per day in November. Well, at the same time, the kingdom's oil output hit its strongest level since April 2023, underscoring Saudi Arabia's continuing role as a leading global oil supplier. The Public Investment Fund has raised $2 billion in its first global sukuk sale of the year. The 10-year Islamic bond drew substantial demand from investors. Well, the PIF is tasked with executing the kingdom's economic transformation plan, Vision 2030. And Saudi Arabia and the US have held the 9th edition of their Trade and Investment Council in Riyadh. The meeting reviewed 31 joint and national initiatives across multiple sectors. Officials there discussed ways to strengthen bilateral economic cooperation. Now, in February of last year, Sotheby's held its first ever auction in Saudi Arabia, clocking up more than $17 million in sales. Well, on the 31st of January of this year, the International Auction House is holding a second sale, which will be in Riyadh's Diriyah district. Well, the event coincides with the opening of the Diriyah Contemporary Art Biennale, and ahead of the auction, Sotheby's has been displaying what it called the most important Rembrandt drawing to appear at auction in 50 years. Young Lion Resting, which you can see there on your screens, was on public view last week there in Diriyah. Well, that 17th century drawing is going to go under the hammer at Sotheby's in New York next month. Well, we're joined now by Ashkan Bagestani, who is Sotheby's head of sale and contemporary art specialist, who joins us now from Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ashkan. Just tell us a bit about what's coming up with this next auction.
Hi, Tom. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here with you. So this is our second edition, Origins 2. After the success of our first one in 2025, as you mentioned, we wanted to bring an even better and bigger sale. We have cut out the luxury component of the auction. Now we're only focusing on fine arts. We're bringing 67 works by international and local artists. So from American post-war to modern, and obviously a really nice selection of Arab artists, including some incredible and never seen to auction Saudi artists, including Safia Ben Zager, Mohamed Siam, Mohamed Al Salim, Abdul Halim Radwi, to mention just a few. Most of actually these artists that we've sold in the past, including Al Salim and Radwi, we broke records here in Saudi Arabia last year for their market. So we're very excited to bring an even wider range of artists. And you know, the journey for us here is quite exciting because every sale we can be creative, we can curate it differently. As this is a very new and growing market, we're adapting to people's taste and people's desires, and I think that's the most exciting part of it. It's an ever-changing sale. Our upcoming auction, the exhibition opens tomorrow on the 24th, and the sale is on the 31st of January at 7:30 p.m. Riyadh time. which is an evening sale format, which we always reserve for our high caliber, high-end sales.
Okay, so clearly very exciting times for Sotheby's in Saudi Arabia. Lots of momentum to build on from that first auction last year, which, as you said, was in February 2025. What's changed there, and what are your expectations from this next auction?
What's changed is the pace at which the kingdom is growing its art exposure is incredible. We'll come to that later, but I think we're also bringing a higher caliber of artists and price point. I think the main change I see is I'm a bit more bullish than last year, and our highest value work last year was $1 million, and this year is $2 million, with a higher range of artworks closer to $1 million, because we've really seen strong appetite. And I think that's a good way of also introducing some of our data from the last inaugural auction, where we had collectors from 45 countries, which is a huge amount. Almost a third of the lots we've sold last year were bought by clients from the kingdom, and over 30% of participants were under the age of 40, which is a sort of metric we don't really see in many of our sales elsewhere. And overall, the Saudi Arabian bidders or bidders from the kingdom who have participated in our international auctions, and I'm not only talking about the local ones who participated last year, has grown by 60%. So for us, year on year, there's going to be a lot of amazing new clients that come into the market, come to us, and then from there we can introduce him to other fields, including obviously luxury, but many others. And I think that's the real difference. Every year I come, I see more and more people excited by this art journey, by collecting, by wanting to understand what the art market is, what the art world is on a more commercial level, because the kingdom does a lot on an institutional level, but we're bringing the commercial angle to a kingdom. And I'm very proud to say we're the first international auction house who has introduced such high caliber auctions to the kingdom. So it's really for me the clientele and to see how things shape year on year as we go forward.
Right, that's really striking what you said there about the young demographic of the buyers, something you don't necessarily see in other markets. And you're sort of painting a picture there in what you're telling us there of a real sort of appetite in the country, across Saudi Arabia, for auctions, for art, for fine art, right across the country.
Absolutely. And that I think is partly thanks to the amazing work that the government is doing in educating the population in terms of art. You have multiples of events throughout the year now, whether festivals, biennales, exhibitions, and what always strikes me when I go to those exhibitions, when I see the curators, when I see the people who are really heading and establishing the vision of the country, its cultural vision for 2030 and beyond, they're people of my age. I come from Switzerland, and I lived in London, I live in New York, where the majority of people who hold the keys of the cultural world and its vision are people in their 60s and 70s. And it's so refreshing to be in a country where the majority of people who are really making a change in the cultural sphere are people of my age, who are looking towards the future and who are bringing an amazing international local crowd together. And I think that's very refreshing for people in the art world. And that's why I always urge my friends and clients, wherever they are, to visit the country, to visit the Biennale, whether it's the Islamic Art Biennale in Jeddah or the one in Diriyah opening next week. There's a lot to see and a lot to do here. And I think we're just seeing the beginning, the tip of the iceberg, and there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, you've mentioned Diriyah a couple of times, and we've been following the excitement and the development of Diriyah on this program quite a lot during the last few months. Is that now, do you think, the go-to site for auctions now? Is that what's been established there in Diriyah?
Absolutely. It's not only auctions, it's the galleries, primary market, it's the biennales, it's a lot of the cultural activity is in Diriyah. Obviously, where we conduct our auctions is in the UNESCO World Heritage Site, but Diriyah also encompasses many other sectors like JAX. And it is the place to be in the kingdom for the arts, yes. And I think it's where we want to be. Obviously, this is a big country, and I hope that down the line we'll be able to explore different regions and different places to expand our outreach. But at the moment, Diriyah is really the place to be, and it's where I see a lot of the big things happening. Again, this is just the beginning, and there's a mega project happening in Diriyah where they're building so much infrastructure. But overall, in the country, in the last few years, the country's spending 21 billion in various cultural infrastructures, from museums to galleries to venues and large-scale culture events, which is a very, very bullish number and shows the amount of investment and energy and resources that are going into the cultural world. And we want to be part of that vision. We want to be part of the ecosystem. And it is the largest investment in the country's history in terms of culture. And we want to be there.
Okay, and you've mentioned the fact that there are lots of Saudi artists. Some of them are in this next upcoming auction. I've seen that thriving art scene in Riyadh for myself. You mentioned Jack's there as well. What is the impact, would you say, of art and auctions of this kind on the Saudi economy?
On the economy itself, it's hard to quantify. I think we're just starting. I haven't seen specific numbers, but we see a larger and larger crowd who really enters the art economy, whether it's through jobs, whether it's through collecting. And what I hope to see and to see a real shift is in the primary market. I'm auction, and I come from the auction world, but it'll be interesting to see for the Saudi art economy and the culture economy, how many galleries decide to open a flagship here, how many galleries decide to organically grow their base here, because you have obviously an incredible range of modernist artists of the older generation who are now gaining a lot of prominence. You have an incredible generation of young talents, contemporary artists, which are now participating in many international fairs and biennales and institutional shows. And at the same time, I've never seen such a large amount of foreign visitors that are specifically visiting the kingdom for these art events. And it'll be interesting to see how all of this has an impact on the economy, but also how it builds the primary market, especially the gallery space. The galleries are at the forefront in creating an ecosystem to fund artist studios and fund artist expansions and their portfolio and their exposure to the local clientele, but also international ones. And it'll be interesting to see how the country expands its reach to a wider audience and not stay too regional. And that's a very exciting part of, again, the journey.
Right, and you mentioned this ecosystem, and clearly, Sotheby's is there, you're holding a second auction, and I'm just wondering what the benefits are of that sort of thriving ecosystem to the artists themselves.
The first, I think, main benefit is, and taking off my commercial hat, is exposure. Don't forget we're an international company. Our catalogs go to international collectors worldwide. Our website is visited by 1,000 visitors every day, more and more that are global. It gives exposure to these artists, to our clients who've sometimes never heard of them, who haven't traveled to the region. So I think on one side, the exposure is great. On the other side, price points. We every year see record-breaking sales at auction because we are public, whether it's with us or our competitors. And you see every year the benchmark is just growing and growing. And every year we break records for the older generation of artists, the modernists, as we call them, the pioneers from the 60s onwards. And when I started my career, you wouldn't see a single Saudi artist on the auction blocks. And then in 2016-17, we were the first auction house to introduce a wide range of Saudi artists. And a lot of the prices were under $100,000. And now consistently every year we we exceed those prices by far, where last year we broke a record for Abdul Halim Radwi, $250,000 plus. We're still hold the record for Al Salim, close to $1 million. And this year, we're probably going to break a record for the first ever painting to appear by the legendary female Saudi artist, Safia bin Zagir. So we set new benchmarks, and at the same time, we give a lot of exposure to these artists to a wider audience. I would like, obviously, that to also happen in a sort of gallery context. It's happening heavily in an institutional context in the country. I've now seen year on year very important show retracing the chronology of all of these artists that were so detrimental to the narrative and the identity of the country from the 60s to the present. But I want to see those shows internationally, in London, in New York, in Paris, and really educate a larger audience, because the artists the kingdom has here are simply incredible. And there's a lot to be said there. And we're, again, just at the beginning.
OK, well, it sounds like a really exciting journey. And thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ashkan Bagistani, who's Sotheby's head of sale and contemporary art specialist. Thanks for joining us from Riyadh.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Well, let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you this week. Saudi Arabia is closing in on the Vision 2030 tourism target, welcoming an estimated 122 million visitors during the course of 2025. That's up 5% on the previous year. Well, the 2030 target is 150 million annual visitors. Well, tourism spending is also up to 300 billion riyals, highlighting the sector's growing role in the economy. Some of that increase in tourist numbers was the result of collaboration between Saudi Arabia's national carrier Saudia and the Saudi Tourism Authority. Approximately 27 million tourists and visitors from some 24 countries entered the kingdom on Saudia flights during the course of 2025. The PIF-owned Riyadh Air has announced the launch of cargo operations. Riyadh Cargo will use capacity on its more than 120 wide-body aircraft, which are currently on order. The airline aims to serve more than 100 destinations by 2030. According to a leading report, the Saudi telecom company STC Group is the strongest brand in the Middle East. Well, the Brand Finance Global 2026 report also ranks STC as the most valuable telecom brand in the region and the third strongest telecom brand in the whole world, reflecting its growing global presence. While STC's continued investments in digital infrastructure and innovation support the kingdom's push to be a digital global hub. And finally, the 6th edition of a honey festival has wrapped up in Dumat al-Jandal Governorate, which is in the northern region of Al-Juf. Well, featuring honey from across the kingdom, the 5-day event was described as buzzing, not with bees, but with economic activity. Well, organisers say the festival saw strong demand for honey and other bee products. Local agriculture is, of course, a key feature of Vision 2030, and honey is a big part of that, because an estimated 7,500 tonnes of honey will be produced during the course of 2026 by the kingdom's more than 20,000 ministry-registered beekeepers. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for joining us for the Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The mother of all deals. That's how Indian and EU leaders have described their historic free trade agreement. It's been 2 decades in the making. So what, or who, increased the urgency to get it signed? Should all eyes be on the White House, perhaps? We look at the economic and geopolitical implications here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. This is a landmark deal, a tariff-free zone that encompasses 2 billion people. After decades of on-again, off-again negotiations, the EU and India have struck a free trade agreement. India has traditionally been a protectionist economy, but now it's facing US trade tariffs of 50%. The EU is currently subject to 15% US tariffs, but more threats continue to come its way every time President Trump wants to make a point. So the timing of this deal is no coincidence. It sends a message.
Our global order man.
Friends, we are seeing a lot of turmoil today in the global order. At such a time, the partnership between India and the European Union will strengthen stability in international systems.
As the 2 largest democracies in the world, we are working hand in hand to deliver concrete benefits for our citizens and to shape a resilient global order that underpins peace and stability, economic growth, and sustainable development.
Coming up, we'll ask our expert panel, what message does this trade deal send, and should the US be worried? If this is an EU attempt to weaken India's reliance on Russia, and could closer security and defence ties be next? Let's welcome our panel for this debate. Cornelia Meyer is with us, a European geopolitical analyst and CEO of Meyer Resources. Dr. Bibu Prasad Rutre is here, a former Director General of India's National Security Council Secretariat. And Greg Swenson is rounding out our panel, the Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thanks to all of you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, Indian and EU leaders have called it the mother of all deals, a free trade agreement that, if and when it's ratified, will eliminate tariffs on almost 97% of their traded goods. Now, the US still remains the biggest overall trading partner for both India and the European Union, but it's putting tariffs up, not slashing them. So, Cornelia, let's start with you. This deal has been in the works for about 2 decades. What got it over the line now? And was there a sense of urgency because of the Trump factor?
I think there probably was a sense of urgency because of what you call the Trump factor, because as tariffs were rising with the US, and the US is the largest trading partner for both India and for the EU. For the EU, the US makes 17.3% of trade, followed by China, followed by the UK. So I think what happened with sort of the Trump factor is many nations and many the EU is not a nation. It's a multilateral organization. But what it did for the EU is it focused them on having a more multi-vectoral trade approach, and I think that's what you see. That's what you saw also with the UK, with Keir Starmer going to China. That had a lot to do with the multi-vectoral approach. But it's not just Donald Trump. India is the largest country in the world by population, and this is it is the mother of all trade deals. When you look at it, it is a trade zone, a free trade zone, essentially of 2 billion people. that is quite substantial.
Greg, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but I want to get the EU-Indian perspective first, and then we'll get your reaction on it. So, Bibu, what do you think? Do you think that this was always going to get over the line, but perhaps this new tariff structure from the US gave it the extra urgent push it needed, or am I reading too much into that?
No, you are right. You are right in saying that the US tariffs or the Trump administration's policies of imposing 25% tariff to begin with and topping it up with another 25% because India is buying Russian oil, was a definite factor. But there are other factors as well. As you mentioned, this particular trade negotiation has been happening since 2007 when they sat and started talking to one another. And then they had about 16 rounds of negotiations, and it stopped in 2013 because of differences, large number of differences, and then didn't begin till about 2022. And after that, 2022 is when the pandemic had just sort of got over, and India was looking to re-energize, revitalize its economy, and then it started again. So after that, between 2022 and 2025, there have been a number of rounds of negotiations. And what happened in 2025 was India was signing a lot of free trade agreements. At least 3 agreements were signed in 2025. All are due to the Trump factor, because Indian exports to US had completely declined. India was trying to look at diversification of its exports. The exporters were building pressure on the Indian government. So that's definitely one factor, and it is a major factor at that. But additionally, there are 3 other factors as well.
We'll come to those other factors in a moment, but let me just pause you there just for a second to hand it over to Greg to bring you into the discussion there. The Trump factor seems to be an element in pushing these 2, mega trading blocs together. Should the US be worried, Greg?
I don't think so. In fact, we're for the most part cheering this deal. We want the EU and India to trade. We want to reduce dependency overall on China, especially for the US, because we had these choke point problems and plus a massive trade deficit. The EU is also carrying a big trade surplus with the US. And they sort of offset that, because they had a big trade deficit with China. So there's a couple of moving parts here. But I think, generally speaking, to diversify your trade and reduce dependency on China specifically, but I mean, you could say that about a number of countries, but really for the U.S., the troubling dependency and choke points was with China. So we're glad to see trade deals happening amongst others. And I saw a great headline on this particular deal. It said the EU-India trade deal is boring, and that's a good thing. And I agree. The less traction or the less, the fewer requirements, the better. With non-tariff trade barriers or exemptions for all kinds of different things. Just a great low or no tariff straight on trade deal is ultimately what we'd like to see around the world.
Even though the US is putting its tariffs up?
Yeah, because our tariffs were so much lower than those of our trading partners. So it's just really reciprocal at this point, even if in some places our tariffs might be higher than the trading partner. But generally speaking, we didn't have tariffs at all. We were enjoying the benefits of no tariffs or low tariffs because it was good for corporate profits. It was good for offshoring. And in the long run, it was good for keeping inflation down because of really cheap products coming in from China. But ultimately, that's not sustainable. Carrying these, $900 billion of trade deficit every year is just not sustainable. So there's, I think, some corrective measures were required. But this is not, America first. It's surely not America alone. We want global trade to continue. We just don't want the dependencies that we in particular had with China.
Okay. Cornelia, what's your reaction? I could see you having a a nice chuckle there to the idea of it being a boring deal. Is that a good thing? And what do you make of Greg's analysis?
Well, I don't think it's a boring deal. I actually think it's a very exciting deal because I look at the 2 billion people and I look at the potential, and I look at the potential for, quite a bit of European industry. You saw for the car industry, for instance, you saw what it did to stocks of non-European car manufacturers. They went down as the deal was signed. So I think actually it's a positive, non-boring deal. I can't quite agree with Greg. I'm an ultimate free trader. I can't quite agree with Greg on the sort of the Trump tariff regime. I think trade is not a zero-sum game. And if I look at the U.S., when you look at in terms of services, the U.S. does very good. Well, in terms of goods, it may have had quite a few deficits, but then manufacturing, I know, make America great again, but the shape of manufacturing is not anymore the shape of manufacturing that it was in the 1960s, which is the time that Donald Trump would like to get back to, because it's robotics, it's AI. It doesn't really employ that many people, and I think we have to just put that a little bit in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but I think you'll see a lot of new technology type manufacturing spring up in the U.S. I mean, so much investment is coming in for data centers and coming in for AI. So yeah, I agree with you. It's not your grandfather's manufacturing base. And we'll still use developing countries for some of that low cost or low tech labor and manufacturing. So again, we don't want it all coming from China. We have a 50% dependency on antibiotics from China. We've got 75% on lithium batteries. We've got 90% on rare earths. I don't think all the rare earths are going to be onshore. I think they'll be coming from other countries that have deposits of rare earth minerals. So, this is exciting. And I agree. I love that EU-India trade deal. What I meant, it was boring in the details. And that's, again, a good thing. Let's just cut barriers and not complicate things.
Mm-hmm. Biphu, what do you...
Very quickly, just when you talk about minerals, metals, and mining, lithium and so on, it's the refining that happens refining and processing.
Absolutely.
That happens in China. It gets mined in the Western Balkans, shipped to China. So it is that refining. 60% of all metals is refined in China, and 91% of rare earths. Very difficult to displace that because of overcapacity, environmental hazards, and so on.
Biphu, do you think that this is going to make it harder for the US to compete in India, for example?
Yes. The expression that the deal is boring is, I think, a matter of perception. I do not really speak for the government of India, but the perspective from New Delhi is they were really looking forward to the Trump 2 administration to strengthen the ties. So the non-happening of the trade deal, which they thought India will be the first country to sign the trade deal with the US, that didn't happen. They thought they will be among the 5 countries to sign the trade deal. That didn't happen, and it hasn't happened till now. That has come as shock, as well as a matter of desperation for India to diversify its trade. 132 billion of Indian exports to the US. So where does India find those markets? I mean, I understand the boring part of it because the EU-India trade is already 137 billion. Obviously, this 132 billion that India is losing out with the US is not going into the EU. You cannot compensate for that. So that way is boring. It's always also boring because 75% of the Indian exports to the EU already do not have any tariff. They go for at least 0 tariff or 1% tariff. So this deal is not about tariffs at all. It's about strengthening a partnership and also sending a message to Mr. Trump that here is a framework. Now, the EU has taken India's sensitivities on agricultural products, dairy products, and all sorts of things into account, and that's how the trade deal happened. take those sensitivities into account with the India-US trade deals as well, and that trade deal will happen. So that's the measure of sort of frustration that the India has with the US at the moment.
Greg, do you want to weigh in on any of that? And also, I also want to ask you, do you think that this deal between India and the EU is going to make it harder for India and the US to strike a deal now? Because, you know, as we were said, their trade agreement isn't yet finalised.
Yeah, perhaps it will, but I think, you know, the U.S. remains the greatest consumer market in the world, so I think there's always going to be a premium for that. I don't think any country, especially a country with a trade surplus with the U.S., is going to win in any sort of trade fight or trade war. So, no, I think, you know, things will settle down. It's been a volatile year since April with tariffs, so the president has a unique way of doing things, but ultimately things get sorted out. So I'm pretty confident. And great, and again, very happy to see the trade deal.
Okay. And before we move on to our next segment, let me just ask you, Cornelia, what do you think? Do you think that this is sending a direct message to the Trump administration?
I think the issues with trade with Trump that the EU has, that India has, have accelerated the deal. But the deal was in the making for 2 decades, off and on. It's sputtered off and on. That's normal. So I would say, yes, there is a Trump factor in terms of making it happen now, maybe make it happen, making it happen a little bit faster. For any country at all, a multi-vectoral approach to trade, not being dependent on one or the other country too much is a very good thing.
All right. Well, let's broaden this out beyond commerce to broader geopolitical fields as well, because as all of you have rightly pointed out in your various answers there, nothing happens in a vacuum, and this deal comes against the backdrop of some pretty complex geopolitical machinations. For one, there's the continuing concern over the power and influence of China, as Greg, you've been pointing out, across various global theatres. And of course, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. India remains one of Russia's major oil customers and has copped additional US tariffs as a result. Have a listen to how the US Treasury Secretary reacted to the news of this EU-India deal.
The Russian oil goes into India, the refined products come out, and the Europeans buy the refined products. They are financing the war against themselves.
OK, so, Greg, what do you make of that argument there from the Treasury Secretary, that Europe is financing a war against itself by entering into this deal with India?
Yeah, the Treasury Secretary is absolutely correct. And we've been complaining about that, not just, you know, since the Ukraine war started, but for generations now. Even Reagan was warning the Germans about dependency on Russian oil and gas. So, you know, he's absolutely right. The fact that it gets refined in India and then shipped to the Europeans is just more money for India and good for them. I mean, if they're capitalists, right? So, but for geostrategic issues, it's really difficult for that to continue. And Europe is funding both sides of the war. The U.S. was funding both sides of the war during the Biden years. We were funding it through Iran, through lifting the sanctions and sending them cash. And so, you know, Iran was helping Russia, and at the same time, you know, we were sending money to Ukraine. So, yeah, there's some obviously geostrategic, geopolitical issues that have to be addressed.
Cornelia, what do you think? Is Europe funding a war against itself?
No, I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. And look, India is doing what is good for India. And I was actually not very happy about Europe disassociating itself from Russian gas, because the thing that Europe had going for it was it had well-educated, very expensive labor and cheap energy. That's how European industry could remain competitive. Now, very high energy prices, very high labor costs. Europe is no longer competitive. That, as a European, really worries me. As an Anglo-Swiss who is not in the EU, neither of my two nationalities are in the EU, but as a European overall, that worries me. And India is doing what's good for India in buying Russian oil. It actually is buying less Russian oil now. Before the war on the Ukraine, India's imports of Russian oil were 2%. Then it came up to where it is now, which was very high. And it's now gone down by about a third. But look, India is doing, countries do what's best for them. As Henry Kissinger once said, a great American, countries don't have friends, countries have interests, and countries will do what's in their interest.
It's a great point, Cornelia. And I look at what, most of the economic challenges in Europe are self-inflicted wounds. The Germans developed this for years. Their net zero policies, their dependency on renewables and dependency on Russian oil and gas and coal. And so, and the UK has done the same thing. The UK was energy independent in 2005, and now they're completely dependent. So, this isn't just about Russia. This is about self-destructive energy policy in Europe, with the exception of the French.
Okay. I might have to get both of you back on to debate.
It was rational for Angela Merkel and for German leaders to say, let's take energy from where it is cheap. People will, countries again will do what's in their best interest.
I'll bring you both back and we can discuss energy policy on a later debate. But I'm going to turn this back to Bipu now with regard to India buying Russian oil. Do you think that there's anything in this deal that's a way of the EU trying to ingratiate itself more with Indian policy to try and weaken its association with Moscow there?
I think there is an intent on part of Europe to do that. Ursula talked about this deal being directed at, she didn't name any particular country, but she said this deal will lessen the dependence of India on certain countries. You know who is he referring to. But India, as already been mentioned by other panelists, India buys Russian oil because it's cheap. And the quantity of oil imports has gone down because of two factors. Because the discounts Russians were giving earlier has gone down. And also, India is reaching out to the Trump administration, try to remove one of the complaints that the Trump administration has against India, that we will do it gradually. See, this is a progress that we have already made. Eventually, in a couple of years, we'll bring the imports down to 0%, but this is our compulsion. India defines this as in two terms. One is strategic autonomy and also multi-alignment. We will go after any country which is giving us benefits. And Russian and Indian ties go back in history. I mean, very, very strong ties in terms of defense, political affairs, and cultural affairs and everything. To sever that tie is practically not possible. So obviously it will go away or it will lessen if and only if India finds a reliable partner and alternative, either in the US or in the EU or somewhere else. It will not go out because somebody demands it or coerces India to do it.
Cornelia, what do you...
Can I just...
Yeah, do you think that the EU is trying to do...
You? And I think one of the things we have to look at is also that these Russian imports, imports of Russian oil, they were not done by the Indian state. Some of the refineries are state-owned, but, Reliance and other private sector players, it's very hard to tell a private sector player, thou shalt not import from there. And also to the Russia-India ties, they're historic. Remember the time of the non-aligned movement. So these Russia-India times, they go back decades.
What about, Bibu, I'm going to bring you back in here because then I want to get reaction from Cornelia and Greg on it. Do you think that India can rival China in global manufacturing if, now that it has this increased interest with the European Union?
I don't think New Delhi has any such misconception. China is a huge economy. India doesn't attempt to rival it. But India has problems with China, despite the fact that there has been some attempts at normalizing the relationship. There is tremendous distrust factor or lack of trust factor between New Delhi and Beijing. But that's on one plane. The other plane is India's economic or the trade relationship with China is robust. It's huge. It's the imports that India does from China in terms of raw materials and other things, which is very vital for India's economy. And that's been going on. As the Trump administration imposed this 50% of tariff on India, China has been extra nice to New Delhi, saying that we will now allow Indian exports on agricultural farming products and IT and pharmaceuticals into China. That is beginning to change. I don't know how far it's going to go, but India still doesn't trust China so much. So there will always be a limitation to how much the Indian and Chinese ties grow and how much India will trust China to be a reliable partner compared to the US or compared to any other country.
Greg, we've been talking about whether this deal sends a message to the US. Do you think this deal sends a stronger message to China?
Yeah, I would hope so. And I think it does. I think, again, there's so many countries that have these unusual trading dependencies with China. And so if there's more disruption to that, even outside of the U.S., I think that's a positive. And so I hope we continue to kind of reduce these dependencies and make it much more of a trading system that's not China dependent. And so much of what that they've done with basically exporting cheap labor, which is ultimately what they've done with their cheap products and cheap labor. But even in places where they are investing, like in Africa, where I do a lot of business, they're not employing local people. Belt and Road is just really aggressive, to say the least. It's being kind. And so I think more cutting of ties with China or reducing dependencies with China, more the better, not just from the U.S., but even from other developing countries around the world, especially in the Southern Hemisphere.
Cornelia, how do you view it?
Well, I view it does probably send some sort of a message to China, but as people told us, China has tried to be extra nice. But there are these geopolitical tensions, especially with the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, with the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and so on. Yes, these tensions are there. But as you said, I mean, they're trading with India is still China is still a big trading partner of India. It may be a geopolitical rival, but there is also the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where, I mean, India and China both cooperate on that one. And I think it's a very good thing that we have those frameworks because it makes tensions less. When tempers get heated, it's good to have those channels of communication.
And BRICS as well.
And BRICS. Yeah, of course, BRICS. But the SCO is sort of a little bit more structured than BRICS.
Yes, I agree, yes.
All right, well, let's elaborate on these geopolitical, perhaps, implications, for want of a better word, and look maybe more specifically at defence and security for this final part of our debate, because the EU's top diplomat, Kaja Kallas, said that the EU and India are moving closer together at a time when the rules-based international order is under unprecedented pressure through wars, coercion and economic fragmentation. Those were her words. They've now signed a security and defence partnership, the EU and India, which the EU says responds to an increasingly challenging strategic environment. Cornelia, is that statement directed at any state in particular? Is it directed at China? Is it directed at Russia? Is it directed at the US?
I think it's more. if anything, it's directed at the US because I mean it just comes after Davos, and there was the whole Greenland issue, and there was also the Mark Carney speech, on and I have some issues with Mark Carney's speech, but in one sense he was right when he said it's a rupture, and the world will never be as it was before, and I think there he's right. Now, when we say we have this defense and security partnership, it may be on the manufacturing side, on defense manufacturing. There may be with this trade deal that might be helpful. But other than that, Europe is not yet a bloc. Europe is in NATO. We don't have a European army. We don't have a European defense architecture. Emmanuel Macron was really pushing for that for about a decade now. Hasn't happened. Merz just spoke today. The German Chancellor spoke today in the Bundestag, in the German Parliament, and said, well, we really need to work on this, and we need to work together. So, but it's tough going. You have 27 nations. That's not easy to bring them under one umbrella, and how that technically will work is difficult. So I can see the business aspect, the defense industry aspect, the aeronautic industry aspect of that. I can't really see the straight defense and security aspect, but Bipu is probably a lot better placed to comment on this than I ever will be.
So then that's exactly who we're going to come to next. Bipu, what do you think, with obviously your security background? Is this alignment directed, is it sending a direct message to any other country in particular?
You need to see this deal as part of India's defense modernization and how India is going to shape its defense requirements from the rest of the world. Now, what is India trying to do is modernize its country, its defense industry. The overall emphasis is indigenization, producing hardware and technology transfer and everything else. So recently, earlier this month, the German Chancellor was here. He talked about indirectly the German company building 6 submarines in India that involves technology transfer. His predecessor was in India 3 times in 2 years. India and France have a very robust defense partnership. India looks at Europe as an amalgamation of countries, most of whom are politically neutral. And that makes them very attractive in terms of sourcing defense requirements. So India wants to break free in a way from this trap of being reliant on countries, a narrow pool of countries who are themselves involved in conflicts, like Russia. So Europe, for that matter, becomes a very vital and important partner. So I have no doubt to sort of say that as part of, in alignment with this trade deal, defense and security are the key pillars that are emerging between India and Europe.
Mm-hmm. All right. Greg,
it's on the industrial front.
Yes.
Greg, weigh in on this. What do you think? I mean, those comments from Kaja Kallas seemed quite pointed.
Absolutely. But, look, I think two things came out of Davos that were important. One is, you had a lot of virtue signaling from the individual leaders and saying that we can't trust the Americans. We can't. Well, I think that's great. I don't want them to be dependent on the U.S. We don't have the capability anymore to fight a two-front war. That happened during the Obama years. So I think a stronger Europe and a stronger NATO is good for the U.S. It's good for the world. And even the head of NATO came out at the end of Davos and said, by the way, good for you for saying that we need to increase defense and security spending, but we still are completely dependent on the United States. The United Kingdom, for example, could not defend themselves from an attack without the U.S. So, look, that's part of NATO, and I think NATO is a good alliance, but it's going to be a much better alliance when you've got more equitable spending from the European countries. The second thing that came out recently, which is important and often overlooked, is partly with the execution in Iran last summer when the U.S. bombed the nuclear facilities, but even more so in Venezuela just a month ago. It really proved that Russian defenses are completely useless. The U.S. went in basically untouched and perfect execution. But part of that perfect execution is because the Russian air defense and missile defense systems completely failed. I mean, I think the Air Force just flipped a switch and shut them all down. So I think that shows you that any dependency on Russia, and so many countries have bought Russian, Russian defense and security programs are really going to have to rethink their defense and security and their procurement, because it was proven that the Russian defense is completely useless.
Bibu, do you agree? I mean, because we know that India relies a lot on Russia.
Yeah, but India it relies a lot on US as well. India's ambitions of rising like a global power is tied very much to its relations with the US. India relies on US for its aspirations of becoming EU NSC member, permanent member, NSC member, and everything else. I mean, under the Trump 1 administration, under the Biden administration, Indian and US defense partnerships soared to new highs. India doesn't have any sort of misconception about replacing US with any other power for that matter. No other power will be able to fulfill those ambitions. So India will be very happy to have the trade deal with the US and then start resetting its ties, which have gone a little haywire here and there with the US.
Cornelia, we saw President Putin hosted in New Delhi in December by Narendra Modi. I mean, how does a defence pact work between two countries that have very different perceptions about who an international aggressor is?
Well, I think, as we said before, and as people said before, India will do what's good for India. And on a defense front, it has a multi-vectoral approach. I mean, it will work with Russia where it finds Russia useful. It is in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, after all, where you have Russia, where you have China, where you have India.
Do you think some European partners, though, find that concerning?
I don't think they have found that concerning. If anything, the US tends to find it more concerning, as we saw in Turkey when they got the air defense system for Turkey, the Russian air defense system, and that meant that Turkey could no longer be manufacturing parts for the F-35. So we saw that in Turkey. I think the US finds that is a lot more aware of those things. And I think for Europe, it is that industrial thing. It is that, Germans want to build ships again. The French want to make aircraft and all of those things. So I think I think Europe sees the threat less in that. The US sees the threat in that. And the US acts very decisively on it, as we have seen in Turkey.
Mm-hmm. OK, Greg, we'll weigh in on that then. How does the US see, President Putin cozying up to Prime Minister Modi and then the EU and India signing a defence agreement? Well, I shouldn't say agreement, a pact.
Yeah, I think they'll be less annoyed with India and the EU. We'd rather have India with our allies, with our trading partners. The closer they are to the West, the better. It is troubling that Turkey was buying, Russian equipment, Russian defense systems. I mean, all I would ever buy from Russia is like really low tech, artillery shells or something. Their technical stuff is inferior, and so.
So why is it more concerning for Turkey but not as concerning for India?
Well, I think, look...
Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the eastern bulwark of NATO.
That's right. We are dependent in some ways on Turkey because of the airspace, and they are the eastern flank of NATO. It's a great point. And so, look, I think, we're always going to, to side with our allies or our NATO partners first. And again, going back to the earlier comment, we'd much rather have India doing defense and security and other trade with the EU than with the Russians for a long list of reasons.
All right, we're almost out of time, so let me just do one final rapid-fire question to each of you, just with a brief response. Bipu, what do you think going forward? Do you see this as just being the start of India-EU partnership, or do you think that there's not much further that it can go from here?
There is a lot of road to cover. I mean, there is still a lot of window to sort of, the deal is going to come into effect only early next year. But before that, it's sending a message to the US, it's sending a message to a whole lot of countries that here is a framework, and we can use that framework to get into a very cooperative agreements with one another. And as far as the India-EU relationship is concerned, I think there are a lot of areas in which both will cooperate, and there's no limit to that.
All right, Greg, I might come to you next then, off the back of Bibu saying that this is sending a message of how a framework can look. What do you think? Do you see it impacting the US-India relationship?
No, I don't think so. Not in the long run, anyway. And I think that, I look at India. If I had to bet on India or the EU, I'd pick India, right? They have, growing population. They have, there's such opportunity there. The European economies are anemic. That's being kind. So the comparison between the, let's say GDP per capita of US and EU used to be kind of very close 20 years ago. And now that gap is widening. And so the wealth, they're stuck with these massive welfare states. And I'm worried about the European economies as well as the UK economies, because they're making these commitments to 5% of GDP on defense and security. They can't possibly meet those commitments while they continue with these massive welfare states.
All right, Cornelia,
so I'm betting on India.
Wrap us up.
Well, I'm betting on India too. What Europe needs is cheap energy. So you will probably not agree with me on that, Greg, because the US benefits big
American LNG
expensive us importing expensive LNG. But never mind. Yeah. But I think what we also should see, there's a huge upside. There's more than we can do. But this thing first needs to get ratified. And I was horrified when I saw that the Mercosur agreement, another thing of sort of diversification, multivectoral approach, got referred to the European Court of Justice for revision, for checking. And I hope that will not happen here. The EU Parliament, 27 countries, so many parties, is a very tricky thing to navigate.
It is going to be a tricky one. We will be watching it with very eager attention. I appreciate all your diverse views and, of course, your expertise across these issues. It's been a really illuminating debate. Cornelia Meyer, European geopolitical analyst and CEO of Meyer Resources. Dr. Bibu Prasad Rutre, former Deputy Director of India's National Security Council Secretariat, and Greg Swenson, the Chairman of Republicans Overseas UK. Thank you to all of you for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Khabib, thank you so much for your time. As we know, you've stepped into a leadership role now. What do you miss the most about fighting and being in the cage?
Honestly, almost nothing. I was there a long time, like professional fighter, 12 years. I was on top, I was a champion. I feel all energies. Like, when I miss some competition energy, I just can go to the gym, I can fight some best fighters in the world, and in my weight classes, even above, And for these kind of things, I'm fully good.
And we were just hearing from some of the guys who came before talking about training camp with you and you being their coach. And they said that you just pushed them
They say I'm nice?
No, they said they were almost dead when you were training them. There was nothing left and you kept on going. You're pushing them to the max.
That's why they are best, because we push limits, you know. We're not here to just compete. I just want everybody become the champions. They take all belts. And if you want to become the best, you have to train like a best fighter, you know. You don't have choice, you know. When we have so many facilities, so many good opportunity, we just need to train, eat, sleep, repeat, and that's it, you know. That's why I push them to the limit.
They're going to the nightclub. But just a quick one. What keeps you so motivated and so engaged?
Best motivation for me when they happy. You know, I just want they become happy, they become champions, they become successful on this life, and I have this kind of opportunity, and I just want to share with them. This is what keep me on track, if we can say it.
And of course we've got this big fight coming up between Usman and Alfie, obviously happening in Dubai. What's your prediction?
My prediction, Usman have to finish him second or third round. This is what I think.
And you love football. I just wanted to ask one final question on football. Are you still playing football? How's that going? Who's your favourite? Who's going to win the World Cup?
I think Spain or France. I think Spain or France, they both, for my opinion, they both favorites on this. Maybe it's Portugal too, because Portugal have very good young team. Portugal can win, but my two teams is like, I think they are not my favorite teams, but I think Spain or France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The gates are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Starlink is now free in Iran, but using it remains risky. The country is undergoing one of its strictest internet blackouts in history to silence nationwide protests. Elon Musk's satellite service has become a lifeline, letting people share videos even when networks are down. Making it free is a game changer, but it's far from safe. Most Iranians need illegal Starlink dishes, and using them can lead to prison or even the death penalty. Activists have smuggled devices at huge costs, about $200,000 for 100 units. And connections have grown from just 100 in 2022 to an estimated 50,000 today, helping get essential footage out. Now that lifeline is under threat. Iran appears to be jamming Starlink signals using sophisticated technology, possibly Russian-style jammers similar to the ones used in Ukraine, or even its own Cobra V8 system, making connections slow or unusable. This marks one of the first times the government has been able to disrupt Starlink, challenging the idea that satellite internet can't be blocked. The bottom line, Starlink has helped some Iranians break through censorship, but using it is dangerous for protesters, increasingly difficult, and shows how far the regime is willing to go to control internet access, even from space.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. President Donald Trump is considering options against Iran, with some reports that the U.S. could attack within days. It's believed a targeted strike on security forces could be used to create a change in leadership following a crackdown on protesters killing thousands of people. Trump has warned Iran to come to the table and negotiate a nuclear deal or risk future attacks. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by presenter and journalist John O'Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Ellie and Jono, brilliant to have you both on the show with me this evening. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you, because there's been a lot happening this week when it comes to rhetoric between Iran and the US. Another US warship has arrived in the Middle East, and signs are pointing to this potential strike happening. Is it going to happen? What's going to happen? What do you think?
Well, nobody knows if it's going to happen or not. We have to wait and see. Definitely, if you follow the logic of what's happening, if you follow look back at the process that has led us here, it is so far Trump putting all his options on the table, Trump using all his gunboat diplomacy in order to pressure Iran, put it into a coercive, forceful, weak hand in negotiations. But negotiations are happening. Every evening we say, oh, the hit is going to happen today. We wake up on news that they have had some negotiations and some messages going through. So, again, all through, to be fair to Donald Trump for once, he has never spoken about regime change. Even in his first term, even now, he's speaking about the change of behavior of that regime rather than a regime change. More importantly, I don't think that he wants to take the responsibility of that regime change, especially with all the, let me say, the reluctance from all the countries in the region, close allies, be it Turkey, be it Saudi Arabia, be it Jordan. All different countries are warning him significantly from the potential fallout of a chaos inside Iran. The failure of finding a potential alternative also is weighing in. So in all of this, I think he is still reluctant to initiate a strong attack that would potentially lead to a regime change. He's rather increasing the pressure, putting all the cards on the table, and hoping that something inside will lead to a significant change that he is wishing for.
And we do see Donald Trump do this as part of a negotiation tactic, maximum pressure to get people to the table. But also what was interesting is we actually heard from the Vice President of Iran today, and he said, today we must be prepared for a state of war. Our strategy is that we'll never start a war, but if it's imposed, we'll defend itself. Plus, the Iran army has 1,000 drones, and it vows a crushing response. So, you know, we're still hearing this war of words, if you want to put it that way, between both countries.
Well, and we know that these drones, I mean, these are basically US drones, but they've been reverse engineered with parts that have been taken from Uzbekistan, they've taken parts from Turkey, and Iran have made these drones themselves. They are homemade. So we don't know what level that they're at. They're based upon a Boeing drone that's already in use by the US. They've captured quite a few of them, and I believe that they've made their own version of the drone, and that's effectively what we're seeing. So they would be fighting fire with fire, but it's a concern that now Iran potentially have this as well. Again, what the administration is trying to do, and I think what Dr. Ellie said exactly that, it's create the chaos on the ground within Iran, let them kind of get to that point themselves, but then you have to raise the questions about, well, what's next? What is the regime? What is going to take over? We know that the Shah's son is not really a contender for this. It's not going to be a possibility. And what's the next option? And I think creating the chaos within the region is step one, but then step two is, well, what is next? If there is a fall of the regime, which there is no indication right now that that's what we're heading towards, but if there is, it's a case of, well, what comes after that fall of the regime? And I don't think anyone knows the actual answer to that. That's a concern.
And Dr. Ellie, we talk about dialogue and we talk about diplomacy, which is really interesting because that's playing out on social media in many respects. Definitely. Because of the way that Donald Trump does do his foreign policy right now and his negotiations. But Russia have said that they want restraint because it could destabilize the region. Turkey is saying we want to get involved in mediation in order to try and get both sides to come to the table and find a good solution. Is that just something that normally plays out as we see rhetoric ramping up?
Definitely the rhetoric on social media, especially with Trump, is part of his tactics. It's part of raising the pressure, it's part of sending messages, but I do believe that is just a smokescreen. Some things are happening behind the scenes. They continue to happen behind the scenes. Now, with regards to the messages you mentioned from Russia and Turkey, I think they are quite relevant in the sense that we have to remember that back in June when Iran was under attack, Russia did not support in any way, and I don't think they are willing or able at this stage to support. So definitely Russia would prefer a de-escalation in that sense. Turkey is a direct neighbor, is a leader of one of the leading countries in the region. Definitely that will be affected by chaos in Iran. It is one of the countries, along with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, as we said, who really tried to pressure Trump not to initiate a forced regime change. I think the only country in the world at this stage, the only party that is really willing to invest into the collapse of the Iranian regime is the Israeli regime, the current government, because in a way chaos is not bad for them. It could be actually useful for them. Even if the chaos spreads from Iran to its neighboring countries, this might be something that the Israelis could be willing to invest in. Now here we have to ask the question that in June, Israel did initiate the war, the conflict, and then kind of dragged the US into it. Could they do the same now? Yes, we don't know. There's definitely continuous negotiation in that sense. We have to wait and see. Everything is possible. Everything is on the table. But again, in a logical sense, the way of not initiating a forced regime change is still more valid from a logical perspective. But then who follows logic?
No, exactly, and we'll have to wait to see. But a delegation from Israel has been in Washington holding talks over Iran at the moment. But, Jono, we must remember there has been a communications blackout in Iran. It's been extremely difficult for anyone to really know the true extent of the government crackdown after those protests happen. And internet access is coming back slowly, and we're getting these accounts of doctors inside of Iran. They're speaking out. What's been said?
So again, like you said, it's not full information. We're getting fragments of information, but more than we previously were, with a gradual return of internet access. And yeah, doctors and medical workers are saying that they've been overwhelmed. A lot of it, for me, certainly, when I heard these reports and I saw some of the videos, it echoes the early stages of when we saw the war in Gaza, when that began, and we heard of medical staff saying they are simply flooded with a shortage of basic supplies, mass casualties following the crackdown as well. There's reports, we know this, thousands killed. There is tens of thousands in captivity. 44,000 is one of the figures that I saw being held in captivity. The injuries that they're seeing from a medical point of view are consistent with live ammunition. They're consistent with beatings as well. And this is coming from people who are on the ground firsthand. So crucially, doctors also said that they have been pressured to not document, or to not document the extent of the injuries that they're dealing with properly. So that suggests that on the ground there might be the true scale of this is vastly underreported, and we are not getting a true picture of that right now. So now that we're getting a clearer picture of this, we can see just how drastic things are on the ground, putting together the pieces of the Trump administration moving in warships, and we've seen them. We believe that there's missiles that are very close to the border with Iran. We know this. We've seen pictures in the last couple of days which indicate that. It will encourage this riots to kick off again. We will see an escalation in that in the next couple of days. That's inevitably where this is going, with the hope that the insurgence is happening from inside the country, and that we're going to see more casualties, more people lose their lives, more people being detained, and goodness knows what else. That's the concern that we'll have in the next couple of days. And I don't think, like Dr. Ellie said, I don't think the aim of the game here is to go in all guns blazing. We're not going to see a Venezuela-style tactic where he's just going to pop in, deal with the problem, and get back out again. But who is going to deal with is the people who are on the ground, who are protesting and rioting day on day. These are the people who are going to suffer first before anybody else comes to the table on this.
Two quick comments on this, if I may. The size of the demonstrations, the style of the demonstrations, the groups involved in the demonstrations, even the ethnic groups in Iran, the spread of it, definitely tells us that the regime has much less support than it used to, like, for example, in the 2008 revolution or the Mahsa Amini uprisal or anything like that. The regime has been losing the popular support. And this might be a factor in making this regime accept what it has rejected before so many times. So this is, I think, what Trump is hoping for, even though he's not willing to, as we said, force a regime change. The second question for me is, where is the world? 30,000 people, it seems, have been dead. With the Gaza, definitely the situation was catastrophic, but we saw demonstrations in universities, in streets, in capitals. Everybody was speaking about that. What about these people? What about the Sudanese people? So what actually, in my opinion, motivated the demonstrations in support of Gaza should, if genuine, definitely engage people on Iran or on Sudan or any other crisis.
And again, I think this comes, we spoke about social media earlier on before the show, and again, it's to do with the fact that this is not a very Instagrammable war to get involved in. It's not at the level where it is sexy or fun to get involved in this. And a lot of what we've seen in previous, when we look at certainly in the Palestinian conflict, a lot of that was bandwagon jumping. We're not seeing it because people are not versed enough to be able to jump on it for this, and that's what we're seeing at the moment.
And I think a lot of people are asking those questions. Where is the international community when it does come to Iran? But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And the situation in Minnesota is going to de-escalate a little bit. That's according to the President, Donald Trump, following the second fatal shooting of a US citizen by ICE agents. Speaking to Fox News, Trump spoke about the deaths of Alex Pretty and Rene Good, who were both shot by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis. Trump said Pretty shouldn't have been carrying a gun, but didn't agree with members of his administration who called him a domestic terrorist. Take a listen.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I will tell you, you look at the numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway, but I mean, I guess you could say even worse. You know, Bovino's very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, oh, gee, that, you know, they're incensed about anything.
So, Isabel, we just heard there from President Donald Trump. Do you think that he's actually helping to de-escalate tensions the best he can, I guess?
It's funny, isn't it? This is somebody who was so desperate for a Nobel Peace Prize, and that is his best attempt at de-escalating, you know, questioning the reputation of people who are US citizens and, you know, causing no harm to anybody, losing their lives and killed in front of the eyes of the world. You know, yes, I think he's de-escalated in the sense he was referring to Bovino there. He's the commander at large of the Border Patrol, and he's pulled him out. He's sidelined Kirsty Noem from Homeland Security. He's reduced the number of Border Force ICE operatives in the city. But at the same time, you know, he's appearing to question the Second Amendment right in the American Constitution for Americans to bear arms. You know, he was perfectly within his rights, Alex Pretty, to be walking around bearing arms. And the NRA, the incredibly powerful lobby in the United States, have come out and are at odds with President Trump about this. And this has inflamed them and a huge number of his Republican base. Of course, lobbying is huge in the States, and the money involved from the NRA is important. As again, we're talking about midterms, he'll be having to be mindful of that. But he also made fairly incendiary comments today. We've seen the senator, I forget if she's a congresswoman, the Minnesota congresswoman, Ilhan Omar, today being attacked. And she was attacked with an unknown substance. There are investigations underway as to what it was. People at the scene said that it had a foul smell, and somebody was arrested. They came at her and were obviously wanting to spray her with a substance, which is incredibly alarming. And President Trump has come out. I mean, he's got beef with her anyway, but he's come out and said, well, she probably sprayed herself. Now, that is just adding, fuel onto the fire and really unhelpful language. If you spoke to anybody in diplomacy, if you want to de-escalate, these are not the things to do. So he's gone some way in terms of dialing things down, but I think he could have gone a lot further, to be perfectly honest.
And it's so interesting because we talk about Ilhan Omar there, don't we, Freddie, and what happened to her and what Donald Trump came out and said, as Isabel said, she just might have orchestrated this all herself. Once again, we know they don't get on at all, and that's quite important to point out. I want to just ask your thoughts on that. And also, when we talk about the protesters, I spoke to a really interesting reporter who's been on the streets of Minneapolis ever since these protests did break out. And he did say to me the protests are also ramping up against the ICE agents. So things between both sides have really hit crisis point.
Yes, I think on Ilhan Omar, I mean, there's deep hatred between Trump and her, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think on the protests generally, yes, it is absolutely appalling that these two people were killed in this way. There was no need for it to happen. But there is undeniably a concerted attempt to stop ICE by a large number of people in Minneapolis. And if it wasn't so cold there at the moment, things would be a lot worse because the protests would be far more vigorous. And the difficulty that a lot of the people who want to support the protesters are having is that actually, on things like crime, Trump's policies on crime are divisive. They poll quite well on crime, actually. And if you look at the actual results of what's happened in cities that he has, in some ways, militarized the last few months, homicides are going down, carjackings are going down, robberies are going down. These facts are things that he will want to campaign on in the midterms. The problem he realized this week is that the optics of what's going on in Minneapolis are bad. And that is something that he has moved to address this week. And I think it's, one of the rules of Trump 2.0 is never bend, never break. So never, give in the face of criticism or hostility in the media. But I think here has been a rare example where we have seen a bit of bending, because we've seen Trump say, actually, this is not going right. This is not the way we should be carrying out deportations. ICE is getting itself in a lot of trouble, and we want to change our tactics.
Isabel, I heard you want to interject there, give your thoughts, but Freddie, yeah, he does apparently seem to be softening his stance a little bit, and we wonder, Isabel, is it midterms, is it the polling, is it both sides of the political aisle are now saying, wow, what's happening with ICE is just not looking good?
Yeah, I mean, for people who are fans of Donald Trump will often say he's got a great nose for the public mood, but I think he was really slow on this. And, he might be in this never bend or break mold, and he's sort of breaking his own rule on this one. But he did it very slowly. I mean, I think the public mood was shocked after Renee Good was killed. In what world is it radical to block the path of officers? I mean, that's pretty much how the civil rights movement was carried out in the United States. That's how the suffragettes and women got their vote in this country. And there's nothing radical about trying to object peacefully to something that you think is morally repugnant. And, we've seen children being taken away from school, and many questionable tactics being used by ICE recently. And that's been reflected in the polls, YouGov. In April last year, there was a majority of people who actually 44% of voters liked what they were doing. 30% didn't. Well, January this year, before either of those American citizens were killed by ICE agents, 50% didn't like them, 32% did. And that has significantly changed since the killings. And around 63% of Americans believe that the killings were not justified. So he will be incredibly mindful of those midterms. His name isn't going to be on any of the tickets, but even his own Republicans are concerned that they could lose control of both houses. At one point, it was unheard of that anyone would be even contemplating that both houses could be lost. But that is a possibility, and I would say probably a large part of that is to do with how things have played out this January alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we came to air in the last hour or so, there has been news that the federal agents involved in the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty in Minneapolis have been placed on leave. So that is happening now as we look at the story. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. India and the EU have signed a landmark trade deal in Delhi today as the two sides form stronger ties amid growing tensions with the United States. It will allow the free trade of goods between 27 European states to the world's most populated country. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi called this agreement historic, whilst Europe's Ursula von der Leyen said it was the mother of all deals. I found this absolutely fascinating, and the reason I did is because Ursula von der Leyen last week at Davos trailed the fact that this historic deal was going to be signed. She was travelling to Europe. It was going to be the moment. It was going to be historic. But what's going to change and how? We talk about these trade deals all the time. It's the nuts and bolts, isn't it, Michael? That's always the thing that we have to think about here.
It is the nuts and bolts, and I think that's what Ursula von der Leyen would sort of get excited about. But for the commentators amongst us, what we find are like the broad strokes and what this implies and reading between the lines. And I think that there's an awful lot of nations and blocs looking at the unpredictability versus the stability. And India is a very stable country. Yep. The EU, very stable, very predictable. America, however, which has traditionally been key for so many nations as they're trying to figure out how they can grow and how they can export more goods, because everybody wants access to the American market, because the middle class, because there's so much wealth, because so people have so much money to spend. But now there are decisions that are being made without America. We had Canada in China. We have the British Prime Minister, who's also going to China. We have this deal, which has been 20 years in the making. And now you have, I think it's combined 25% of global trade happening now because of these 27 countries and India and their 1.4 billion people. And it's changing the entire dynamics because markets and salespeople and CEOs love stability. And the trouble that Donald Trump has created is not just for Americans today, perhaps, or for even Americans in the next 4 or 5 years. It's for a generation or two. Because the fear is not just that Donald Trump has done this. It's that the next person could come in and be equally unpredictable in a completely different way. And then the person after that, the same thing. And so you would probably need a run of 2 or 3 presidents to be consistent and stable for the world to recognize, oh, America is now acting the way that we would have expected them to act.
I know, and I read some really interesting pieces, actually, today, analysis on this. And, you know, trade talks between the EU and India were basically stuck for 20 years. And a lot of people were saying, what's changed now? And I think the general consensus across a lot of the analysts' points of views was the fast evolving geopolitical landscape and the unpredictability of the US administration. It's just forced so many alliances to wind up these deals quickly, not take years and years to hammer out the final print. So it's really interesting to see this. But, you know, away from politics, how will this trade deal actually affect people's lives? How will it make things better?
So here's what should happen.
Okay.
This is an only time will tell kind of situation. Because as well, I think we all believed that after the pandemic, all the prices would come down, and they simply have not. So it will mean lower prices for consumers and cheaper goods and services. That's your kind of baseline for what this deal means. Now, it removes tariffs on things like quite luxury items, including like European wine, olive oil, luxury goods, and medical and industrial equipment. Also specialty foods, imported packaged goods. This is important because of India's growing influential middle class as well, who have that money to spend, and they want to spend it on luxury goods in the way we saw the Chinese middle class growing and luxury goods becoming a huge boom there. For small and medium businesses, there's a lot of scope as well, especially for Indian businesses. So their tariffs on things like textiles, leather goods, gems and jewellery will be lowered or eliminated for the EU market. And that's a market of around 450 million consumers. So for the EU businesses, they could save about 4 billion euros a year in tariffs, and they get access to the biggest growing consumer market in the world. So again, time will tell if these savings and these profits will eventually be passed on to the consumer. I think as well, we're strengthening economic ties, we're boosting trade, we're creating jobs here, and also, as you say, we're strengthening allyship and different alignments.
And I think some of this trade deal is more strategic than it will be about the actual how much it will save people on the ground, because as we know, it takes years and years for these to implement and for the money to trickle down. But what I also found really fascinating is the EU-India Pact is the 7th trade deal India has completed recently, which is absolutely fascinating because, like you said, different countries are going to the likes of India, which has shown a lot of stability, the growing middle class. Also, apparently, India has become a top priority for Renault, which is the car maker in Europe. And the French car maker's chief growth officers basically said this because of the accessibility of European Union firms after the trade deal. So we're going to see a lot of luxury cars going over to India, which I just think is something that's so interesting at the moment, especially for the European Union.
Yeah, and when you have, you know, the US with their 350, 400 million people, or India with 1.4 billion. Now, not all of those people are, you know, in the middle class or upper class, but for European car makers that are trying to find new markets around the world, I'm sure that out of 1.4 billion people, there are a few who are going to want to buy, you know, a Mercedes.
Absolutely. And also, of course, Donald Trump put really high tariffs on India, and a lot of that was over them buying Russian oil, and that's something that he didn't want them to do because of the war in Ukraine. And also, the EU was threatened with an extra 25% tariff over not agreeing to Greenland. So I think people are thinking, wake up, move quickly, and obviously we're seeing that here.
The price of gold has risen above $5,000 an ounce for the first time ever. Geopolitical tensions are thought to be behind the historic jump, with strained relations between US and NATO, as well as the ongoing conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine. Gold and other precious metals are seen as a safe haven asset, or safe haven assets that investors flock to in times of financial uncertainty. Also, silver rose on Friday to over $100 an ounce, building on its ongoing rise. I'm going to start with you, Shane. This is definitely a huge milestone for gold. For the first time ever, it jumps the $5,000.
Exactly, like the end of last year, nobody would have thought that it would go so high, and a lot of the predictions are that it'll go even higher. And I'm sort of going to go out and say, will it go to 6,000? AGBI did a story on it at the moment. We spoke to a lot of analysts today. They're predicting 5,500. So I would go and push and say it might go to 6. I didn't think it'd go to 5, but I think it might. And it leads all back to.
You're very optimistic.
I am optimistic, and I think it's because, like you just said, like gold powers ahead during uncertainty, and when the dollar goes down, automatically then gold goes up, and it's linked to all of our earlier stories. What's happening in Iran, what's happening in the US with the turbulence on the markets, the Trump taco, sort of what people are talking about, Greenland. And I looked back, like at Liberation Day in April, I think it was the 2nd of April last year, it was 3,133, and people were talking about 4,000 at that point, which that's up by at least 2/3. Silver has zoomed even more than that. I think it's like doubled like in the last 2 months. And then also, like, governments around the world are really nervous about the uncertainty that's happening, and international reserves are at their highest for like 30 years, and that's in physical gold. Then there's ETFs, investors, that's up like 47%. So I think, I didn't think at the end of last year that it could go much higher, but I think do you think the uncertainty in the world is going to end suddenly by the end of this year?
I don't.
If you don't believe uncertainty is going to end, then gold is going to keep rising.
Well, it doesn't seem so. Especially we still have 3 more years of President Donald Trump being in office. But Wissam, so we know that definitely people, investors, even just lay people, they go for gold, silver, precious metals as a safe haven, usually at the time of great uncertainty. But what makes it such a safe haven that everybody is resorting to at this stage, that it would push it, the demand for it would go up, pushing it to over $5,000 for an ounce?
Well, allow me first to disagree with this assumption that people are buying because of uncertainty. Most of people are buying, especially not the investors or the bank or the governments, are buying because FOMO, fear of missing out. People don't want to miss out the opportunity of making money out of gold because they hear people like us saying it's going to be 6,000, it's going to be 8,000. And now we have some people like the man who predicted money of the crisis, Kiyosaki, who's saying it's going to reach $27,000. So we have all this frenzy. So people are, buying the frenzy also.
They want a piece of the cake, I suppose.
Exactly. It is happening. Why aren't we part of it? So allow me to go back to history a little bit. When the great conquistador Hernan Cortés arrived to Mexico from Spain, and he met the Aztec leader, and he said, I want gold. He said, why want gold? He answered, I have an illness in my heart that only can be cured by gold. And we have to ask ourselves, what is that illness in the heart of the world that demands this kind of cure with just that amount of gold? Well, I would say it's because there's so much uncertainty. It's because we are losing collectively as a society the trust in the money system, because everything's changing. Technology is taking us somewhere else. So why the money system will be there? So we need to cling to something that is tangible. It's not going anywhere, and that is gold. And gold is not going anywhere, and unfortunately also uncertainty is not going anywhere for the foreseeable future. So we can only expect things to continue. Having said this, there is a smell of bubble. You can never rule out the possibility of bubble, because when everybody in the society, the rich and the poor and even the poorest, are pouring into this opportunity and talking about investing in gold, it means the people high up already made their share, and it could crumble anytime. Let's not, rule out the possibility of a bubble. It is a possibility, unfortunately, and maybe a lot of people could lose money after so many people made that much money.
Right. Okay, go back to you, Shane. People are definitely investing, even lay people, not necessarily investors. People like me and you are investing in precious metals. What should they be looking out for? And is it better to put your money in silver now?
I think
because its price is accelerating in terms of percentage much higher than silver.
I think it is, and what I thought was interesting on Reuters was that you can put into the metals themselves, but you can also put into like the shares of the mining companies. So I invested in, say, copper is going up loads, so I put it into the shares of copper miners, and you can also get ETFs of copper miners. Mining companies around the world, those have gone up spectacularly as well. So a lot of the what you want to look at is who's going to benefit from the metal going up. So I wouldn't put into, say, like jewelry companies because their costs are going up. So I would sort of take your money out of those and put into the mining companies.
But then silver is part of the manufacturing of so many different things, so microchips, phones.
So their costs are going to go up. So that in theory, if their costs go up, then the profits will go down. So you got to look at those companies as ones that will bear the brunt of it. But I think silver probably will go a little bit more as well. I think gold will as well. But you got to look at who's going to benefit from this.
Right.
But also, I think you got to look at the other metals that I was looking at this morning that are also better, like palladium. All of these other metals that are kind of benefiting from this massive surge.
Right. Okay. Before we move on to another story, I wanted to ask you. You can definitely say one last thing, Wissam. I wanted to ask you: should investors, or at least lay people who want to invest in precious metals, invest in physical gold or silver, or go to banks?
The very reason why gold is becoming so valuable, it's because it is physical. So I would say, yes, get the physical gold. A lot of people will not say this, will say, okay, you can go to the electronic platforms, whatever. But what I would want to say is that what we see in the world right now in the market is two paradox, is the two bets. So on one side, you have people betting on the metals, on gold, on the very tangible value. And the other side, you have people betting on cryptocurrency, which is the most crazy, volatile, incomprehensible by many. So you have, the roots and the wings. So you have, you are either investing in what is tangible and was there since ever and will stay forever, or into the new idea that is completely new. I would say if you want to buy gold, my idea, and I was talking to a colleague today, and maybe because there is the possibility of, the prices going high again. So not to miss out, just put a little 10% of your pool of investment into gold. This is what I would say.
Well, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, no,
certainly. Thank you so much for both of you on your thoughts on this. Now it's that time of the show where Shane and Wissam have chosen two of their quirkiest stories, or maybe not very quirky. We're going to start with Wissam. Your story,
quirky, but
your story seems sad to me because it's about a study that found why genuinely nice people don't have close friends. This is sad.
Well, let's start by saying, we choose happiness and kindness, whatever, okay, kindness
regardless.
Is the most important value, regardless. But, this study is striking, but maybe it will ring a bell and you'll remember a lot of people, Apparently, if you are too kind, you are likely to have less friends. Why? Because people will assume that you are okay and you are the one who gives everything and you don't need. So a lot of people who are too kind will struggle to have many friends. But, we still choose kindness regardless. And friends who will have, will be friends with the kind people, be real friends. So we choose kindness, but this is a very, unexpected study where, you don't seem to believe that people who are kind have less friends, but apparently, yes, people who are kind have less friends.
And that means that people who are mean have more friends? Because, these studies, they keep
I'm a bit worried because
publishing these
I was
studies.
always proud of the fact that I had a large circle of friends, so I'm kind of worried about what that means.
That you're not very agreeable, not very nice. But I actually read a study.
Achieve more in life, because, people, they just, tend to give them what they want because they are mean.
Yeah, I suppose. But the thing is, there are so many studies out there. I read a study that sort of looked at popularity of teenage kids in schools, and they found out that people tend to be more popular when they like more people.
Yes.
So it's kind of, I don't know if it's related.
That was Vanessa Van Edwards uses that study a lot. She's a sort of social commentator. But yeah, I've heard about that. So I don't agree with that theory, to be honest, because I think if you look at a lot of the Mean Girls kind of shows, they're generally not that nice. But I don't know. It's been maybe it's changed since I've been in high school. You never know.
But it does make sense that once, if as a teenager, you're not that judgmental of other people, you tend to be more open, and therefore you talk to more people. You ask, you ask how are they today, and therefore they tend to like you more.
Well, actually, when I was at the Lit Fest, there was a professor from London Business School, and he studied happiness, and he was sort of saying that. The problem nowadays is that a lot of people stick to people who have the same views and are very similar to them, and that we need to have a more diverse set of friends. Okay. So I would agree with that.
Great. So before we're pressed on time, Shane, your story is about a very daring sky-high crime.
Yes. It's about an American guy called Alex Honnold.
Crazy guy.
How you pronounce it. He went up the 101 floors of Taipei 101, and he did it in record time. He did it in 1 hour, 31 minutes, which halved the record previously by the French guy, the Spider-Man. And I just think it's absolutely bonkers. And he said at the end, he described it as sick.
He described it as sick.
Yeah, which I think is probably slang for
amazing. That it was really cool.
But I didn't watch it. But it was the talk of our office this morning. And one of my friends was just saying that it was live streamed, not live streamed. It was on.
It was live streamed on Netflix.
It had a gap in case it went wrong. But everyone was saying they felt sick watching it. And I think there was an interesting documentary that was done on this gentleman a while ago, and it showed that. When he was looking at sort of scary things, his brain didn't trigger the same things as you and me. So I think he just needs a bigger adrenaline rush.
That explains it, to be honest with you, because doing such a climb with no safety equipment whatsoever. I wonder, how did he get insurance without, when he wanted to do this without any safety equipment?
Or Netflix as well,
And that is a first. Netflix doesn't usually.
They don't normally do that stuff. And the actual sort of event itself had to be delayed because it was too wet originally to do it. So he had to delay it by a day, which kind of makes you even more worried. And I've been to that tower before, and it is an interesting sort of architecture that you think you could cling on to it. But I live on the 7th floor of a building. I don't even like going quite close to my balcony, so that just terrifies.
Well, definitely, it makes sense that he has something different inside his brain regarding fear and obviously heights than the rest of us. Anyways, thank you so much for these lovely stories. Thank you to our guests, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kairouz and Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday on Al Arabiya English. I'm Catalina Marchand-Debreu, and coming up, we get the latest on the peace talks on Ukraine following high-level discussions in Abu Dhabi over the weekend between Ukrainian, Russian, and U.S. officials. What chance is there of a breakthrough? And as Israel confirmed that it will allow a limited opening of the Rafah border crossing, we discuss the future of Gaza. We also get a reaction to President Trump's proposed board of peace. That's next on Global News Today. Hello and welcome. We begin with the war in Ukraine. Ukraine, Russia, and the United States have met face-to-face for peace talks for the first time. But there was no breakthrough. The talks in Abu Dhabi came as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said another round could happen as early as next week, while U.S. officials confirmed new talks are planned for the 1st of February. During the talks, Russian airstrikes hit Ukraine's damaged energy infrastructure, killing one person and injuring dozens, according to Ukrainian sources. Joining us for more analysis is Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello.
Oleksiy, Russia just launched its largest aerial attack of the year during these talks, actually, leaving thousands of Ukrainians without electricity or heating. So how do we interpret this contradiction here? And what message are the Russians sending to Ukraine and its allies?
It's not thousands, it's millions of Ukrainians who are now without electricity, without heating, and it is minus 20 in parts of Ukraine, or minus 10 in other parts of Ukraine, but it's very, very cold, and it's real humanitarian catastrophe which is happening today in Ukraine. And Russia makes this catastrophe absolutely consciously. And yes, all of this happens just in the middle of so-called negotiations. What is the message? The message is that Russia doesn't want peace. This is a real message. We want peace as soon as possible, so we continue these negotiations, but from Russian side, there is no goodwill at all.
And from a Ukrainian perspective here, President Zelensky, also Russia, called the talks constructive. So in diplomatic terms, what does this actually signal, and what does constructive mean for Ukraine?
I think Ukrainian president wants to show that we are ready to continue. That's why he speaks about constructiveness, because for the moment there is no result. But the fact that we are speaking is better than when it was before, when nobody spoke to anybody. So from this point of view, I welcome to the fact that the negotiations are happening, but I don't see results now, and I don't believe in some quick results.
How much, at this point, after nearly 4 years of a full-scale war and invasion of Ukraine, how much flexibility does Ukraine realistically have right now?
First, I would remind you that it is 4 years of full-scale invasion, but 12 years of the war. What flexibility does Ukraine have? We want peace, but we are not going to surrender. We are not going to become a vassal state of Russia. We are not going to reject our European path. So that is our flexibility. So we need to become part of European Union. We need security guarantees. We need army which can protect Ukraine from any further attacks. And we recognize the fact that we can't kick off Russians from our occupied territories today. So they will remain illegally occupied by Russia after the end of hostilities. But for us, it is important to have these territories in this status as illegally occupied, because this is Ukrainian territories, and sooner or later we are sure that we will take back control over them. but not by military force, but by diplomacy, politics, or maybe when the Russian Empire will fall apart, which had happened with them already several times during the last 100 years.
And during these talks, throughout the talks, and what we're going to be looking into, the main sticking point here has been territorial concessions coming from Ukraine. So how much of territorial integrity is Ukraine actually willing to sacrifice here? Because the lingering sticking point is actually specifically here, we're talking about the Donbass.
We are ready to recognize the fact, as I told you, this is a reality, that we can't kick off Russians from our territories today. And we are ready to end the war having part of our territories occupied. First, it happened in 2014. Now, part of other territories are occupied. This is Ukrainian territory according to international law and internationally recognized, but under control of Russia. So that's the solution which we are ready for the moment. Russia pushes forward unrealistic demands, like demanding from Ukraine to leave more territories and things like this, because they understand that this is a red line for us, and because and by these they want to justify continuation of the war from their side.
And what concessions, if any, and from your perspective and from what you know, is Moscow prepared to consider here? What is Kyiv asking from Moscow?
We ask to end the war, and that's what we need. And Russia demands some new territories, some limitations of our sovereignty and so on. We are not ready for all of this, and I think they also understand this. In general, Russia failed to achieve their goals, because their goal was not to take control of a part of Ukrainian territories during this war. Their goal was to wipe off Ukraine from the map of the world. They failed. Their goal was to take major centers like Kiev, Odessa, Kharkiv. They failed. So they don't want to recognize that their ultimate goal failed, and that's the problem.
And is Moscow negotiating in good faith here, on your opinion, or using talks to buy time?
Russia, definitely, they're just using talks to buy time. They are playing games with Americans. They don't have goodwill, as I already told you, but they are afraid of United States. That's why they try to show some kind of goodwill, and they can't ignore the push from the United States towards peace. But they're doing everything possible to move on this track with a teaspoon move.
And you're mentioning the United States here. Steve Witkoff, actually the U.S. Special Envoy, has faced lots of criticism for appearing to be significantly in favor of Russian interests or the Russian narrative. So are you concerned that perhaps the U.S. is listening to Russia too much when it comes to these peace negotiations?
I'm not concerned that the United States are listening to Russia too much. I'm concerned that United States are not making enough bold steps and not putting enough pressure on Russia, because Russia understands only one language of force. And each time when United States and Trump administration, President Trump, acts boldly, like seizing Russian tankers for Shadow Fleet, imposing new sanctions against Russia, speaking about delivery of Tomahawks missiles to Ukraine, every time Russia is backing. Every time Russia is coming back to the negotiation table, Russia tries to show some willingness to end the war. But each time the United States stops to put pressure on Russia, they just stops to move towards peace. So that's what I'm concerned about, that I think we could already quite long ago could finish this war, but it's not enough pressure on Russia from the US side, and that's why the war continues.
And President Zelensky just said that the U.S. guarantees document is 100% ready now. So are you optimistic about this document? And do you think that the security guarantees for Ukraine are being respected here and moving forward?
I haven't seen this document, so I can't comment it. If this document is ready and if this is the real guarantees which will be ratified by U.S. Congress, then I only can welcome it with all my heart. That's what we need.
Exactly. And what would Russia, for example, need to see here to seriously commit to a deal when it comes to Ukraine?
Russia needs just to end the war. Between now and ending of the war, just one side is standing. It's Russia. Ukraine is ready for ceasefire from March of last year. So we agreed that time, and Russia did not. And the war continues, and people continue to die, and people continue to suffer, and without any really big results, because during last year, Russian gains on the ground are very, very tiny, absolutely not significant. We're speaking about several absolutely ruined small towns which they captured. It's even slower than during the First World War. But people continue to die, people continue to suffer, only because Russia is not ready to accept this fact that they just can't achieve their goals.
That was Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
For more on this, I'm joined by Donald Jensen, Russian foreign policy expert at Johns Hopkins University and former diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. Thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
We're going to start with this first question, Mr. Jensen. So the first trilateral peace talks, as you know, between Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. have now ended in Abu Dhabi with no apparent breakthrough. The talks were described as constructive by the Kremlin, but were acknowledged as still requiring substantial work ahead, and set to resume again soon in Abu Dhabi on February 1st. So how would you summarize the main outcomes from these talks that took place over the weekend?
Well, I would summarize them just as you did. There's a lot of work to do, and all three sides are talking about progress, especially the Ukrainian and U.S. sides, the Russia less so. But frankly, I don't see much progress on one key issue, which is the land territorial swap issue, if there is to be any. And second, no one has seen any details about the security guarantees which Zelensky and the American side reportedly agreed on yesterday. And those will be critical for the framework for peace if it ever comes about. On the land swap, there's frankly no sign at all that the Russians have modified their position, which is they want the entirety of Donbass and the area where the front line is, including the area which they have not yet captured. Russia has a lot of military problems. Essentially, they're demanding, and I do say demanding, they're demanding land they have not even captured in 3 years. So Zelensky has to walk very carefully. He says their progress, but frankly, I'd like to see the details.
That's right. We need some more details on that because apparently no major breakthroughs were actually achieved. So what are the major sticking points? As we know, and you mentioned, there's those points concerning territorial issues like the Donbass. Is there anything else we're missing here?
Yeah, well, there are two big issues and then some related smaller issues. Number one is the land issue. Will Ukraine give up land to the Russians to get a peace deal? So far, the answer is no. There are some conditions they might agree to, such as temporary demilitarization or something like that. That's the major issue. The second one is the issue of what will a security assurance or guarantee look like in practice. I have done this myself in my diplomatic work, and it's one thing to talk about a guarantee. It's another thing to have somebody, meaning European troops no doubtly, with boots on the ground, very vulnerable to Russian pressure and attack. We don't know anything about this, and these are not 10% of the agenda left. These are, frankly, more than 50% of the agenda left if we rank by importance. There are other issues as well. For example, who controls the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, which is one of the largest or the largest in Europe? There are issues like that. And then the big question, of course, is who rebuilds Ukraine? And Putin has been playing some diplomatic games in the past few days, talking about frozen Russian assets and all that kind of thing. But we go back again to the framework of a deal, which must include a settlement on the land differences and a security force somehow to ensure a ceasefire. Because the Ukrainians know, as do most of us, certainly in Europe, that the Russians are likely to break a ceasefire if there's not a deterrent force right outside their troops. And that's really the central problem right now.
And from Kyiv's point of view, what's the minimal level of security guarantees that would actually be acceptable? And what would actually be a deal breaker here? Do you think these issues of security guarantees for Ukraine are actually being addressed here?
Well, my reading, excellent question. My reading is that the public opinion in Ukraine is divided. Zelensky is trying to move toward a deal, trying to keep the Americans on board his diplomacy. At the same time, a lot of Ukrainians feel that without a strong armed Ukraine, and I mean a strong armed by Ukraine's own production and deployment of weapons, there will not be a durable peace, and thus they are likely to be very skeptical of any security guarantee that does not include the arming of Ukraine. This brings us to the United States, which is whose bill of agreement is not yet clear either. Certainly the United States, I think, would be willing to monitor a ceasefire. Certainly the United States would be willing to provide intelligence. But let's say there is a force on the ground between the two sides and the Russians attack, and the United States or somebody says, well, the Russians are at fault. Then what? Who's going to push Putin back? And that's what Ukrainians are concerned about. They frankly have had their fill, as we say, of diplomatic guarantees going back to Budapest in 1994. So this has to be done very carefully, as we say. Excuse me. Zelensky's trying to thread the needle between getting an agreement, which he wants, but also protecting Ukraine's security and keeping his political standing high at home. It's not clear that he can do this, and we'll have to see.
And President Zelensky also just recently said that the U.S. security guarantees document is 100% ready. So what do you believe are the core components of this U.S. security guarantees document? And is Washington actually acting alone here? Where do we leave, for example, Europe or NATO?
I would say, of course, above all, there's diplomatic promises, which may be good and may be enforceable. Number two, the U.S. will, I think, however it's expressed on paper, continue to share intelligence with Ukraine, perhaps with its European partners. It will probably also continue the current method of selling high-tech weaponry to NATO, which in turn sells it to Ukraine. That's probably the core. Will that be enough? I don't think so right now. We have to watch, excuse me, as always, to see if the Europeans stand up. And the Europeans have been relatively active, certainly diplomatically. You saw they voted to end Russian energy imports at the end of the year, just today. But again, when it comes to putting a multinational military force on the ground, which frankly this will require, I don't see enough progress so far. I hope there will be progress. We'll just have to see. And I'm very pleased that, as you said in your introduction, there will be another meeting, I hope, next weekend in your country to iron out some of these very, very serious differences.
Exactly. And NATO has also come up with a security guarantee framework with European leaders and the U.S. So how might this U.S. securities guarantees document that we were just talking about differ from NATO's Article 5?
Well, that's a very interesting question you ask. I don't see any sign the key NATO supporters of Ukraine will come to an agreement, first of all, about putting troops on the ground, as I said. Now, Ukraine wants, you might want to call it Article 5 light, or Ukraine wants some promise that might resemble Article 5, which would guarantee Ukraine's security in some vague way. I think we probably need more than that, as I said. I think the Russians will, using their very capable hybrid warfare methods and very powerful propaganda narratives, they will try to undermine that. And above all, they will try to undermine NATO unity. And they've, to some extent, succeeded in that so far. You see Hungary, Slovakia, and certain other members either opposed to security guarantees or wanting to keep them very restricted. So NATO has a big challenge ahead of it. And frankly, European security and the future of the NATO alliance is at stake here as well. I think the U.S. administration wants to see NATO do more. Some of them are spending more. But in terms of actual taking a risk, then I think the U.S. wants to see that as well. I believe Ukrainians want to see that as well. But again, as we say here in the United States, where's the beef? We haven't had to see the beef. We've so far just seen the atmospherics.
And let's talk about a bit about what's going on in the ground, because fighting, as we've seen on reports, on headlines, is still raging in Ukraine, including this vast attack on Ukraine's energy system that's left thousands of Ukrainians without heating right now. So given the ongoing military attacks, how do you actually reconcile these diplomatic talks with the realities on the ground?
You know, they can be reconciled. First of all, the military front is more or less stopped. You see a lot of Russian propaganda about their military successes on the ground. But if you go on the line on the front, north to south, you see the Russians are making very, very little gains militarily. And moreover, the Russians are suffering about 1,000 casualties a day. And I think Western military experts agree that Russia cannot expand its front or expand its effort without more bodies. And that's a key challenge for Putin, in addition to his faltering economy. And you ask about the attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, and that's exactly the point. You're making an excellent point. Putin is hitting Ukraine civilian targets to make up for the lack of military progress on the front. And frankly, I expect he will continue to do that for another couple of months as this very tough, brutal, cold winter continues. So they're interlinked, as you said, but the attacks on civilians reflect Russia's inability to move militarily in Donbass. And that's a key problem for Putin, because the little signs we see about Russia's support or not at home for the war all suggest the Russians themselves are less likely to support the war than they were even 6 months ago. They support it, but not with as much enthusiasm. And second, Putin has a parliamentary election coming up late summer, early fall. That also requires a selling to the Russian public, even though these elections are rigged, but a selling of the Russian public that the war or something is going on in a positive direction. That's a key political challenge for Putin, and I don't think he's come up with an answer yet.
And how likely is it that next week's scheduled continuation of talks could actually produce a breakthrough here? Should we be, or can we be optimistic, considering that they said talks were constructive, or should we practice some caution here once again?
I think, ma'am, you're doing the right question. Don't be optimistic. Deal with facts on the ground. And the facts on the ground are there's no agreement on the issues that I said, and we want to see much more detail about the security or reassurance promises from the West. Until we see the details of those, we cannot be particularly optimistic, but we can be hopeful. And I repeat what I said earlier, which is the Russian propaganda arm from Putin on down has increasingly rejected anything short of a Russian victory in Ukraine. Even in the past 2 or 3 days, overnight they're talking about using chemical weapons, that kind of thing. This is to break the alliance behind Ukraine. This is to intimidate the West, and we have to deal with cold, hard facts on the ground. And that is to say that Ukraine needs the not just guarantees, but the assurances, the troops on the ground to make sure that they can stop Russian aggression. And Putin will seriously go to the bargaining table. Unfortunately, he's not there yet.
Donald Jensen, thank you so much for joining us from Washington. Your analysis is greatly appreciated today on the program.
Thank you.
And now to the Middle East. Israel has agreed to partially reopen the Gaza Strip's main border crossing with Egypt, but only after completing an operation to recover the body of the last remaining Israeli hostage in the territory. The Rafah crossing has been mostly closed since May 2024, when Israeli forces took control of the Palestinian side. It had been expected to reopen during the first phase of the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which began last October. This comes after U.S. President Donald Trump revealed what he called a board of peace at the World Economic Forum last week, an entity aimed at ending the war in Gaza. President Trump said the war in Gaza was really coming to an end, raising questions about what happens next. What would post-war Gaza actually look like under President Trump's plan? What kind of future is being envisioned? His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, offered world leaders in Davos a glimpse of that vision, pointing to a coastal tourism zone that could include as many as 180 skyscrapers.
From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it. We want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen.
For more on this, I'm joined from Ramallah by Dr. Sabri Saidam, Deputy Secretary General of Fatah Central Committee. Doctor, thank you for joining us so much today.
Thank you.
Dr. Saidam, Israel just announced that it's agreed to a limited reopening of Gaza's Rafah border crossing, saying it would only allow pedestrians to travel through the crossing between Gaza and Egypt. What does this pedestrian-only reopening mean, and how important is this considering the crossing has been closed since May 2024?
Well, it's good to be with you, first of all. Let me say that this is a step in the right direction, although it remains ambiguous for many Palestinians. Remember, the decision was taken maybe late last night. It was announced this morning. It's marred with ambiguity. There's no clarity on the matter. And as you know, Israel is keen to make sure that the proportion of Palestinians leaving the Gaza Strip is higher than that coming back. So this pedestrian approach, and there seems to be also an Israeli checkpoint somewhere that's going to check Palestinians coming into Gaza, are going to be impediments vis-a-vis Palestinians coming back, which is extremely worrying and needs to be cleared with many explanations from the Israeli side. So we would like to see the international community, mainly the Americans now, ask Israel as to how opening a crossing in both directions would mean that lesser people coming in than those coming out. Israel is fixated definitely on the idea of expelling as many Palestinians as it could.
Exactly. And as you said, this remains ambiguous. So in your view and from what you know, what exactly does this limited reopening mean in practice? Do you have any more details?
Well, as I said, the flow of people is not in any way equal. Moreover, that means no goods will be coming in, which is most disturbing, given the fact that Israel has been propagating over the last few weeks that it has allowed sufficient number of food lorries to come in, which is not really the case. Moreover, there's no people with ambulances, so people with desperate need for medical attention will not be receiving that. Moreover, any construction material will not be coming in so far. So I think we are caught in a very difficult situation. Israel has announced about an hour ago that it has retrieved the corpse of the last Israeli detainee, which means that it has completed the mission it desired to complete. So there's no need for any hurdles on the way, any obstacles that Israel is certainly implementing as we speak.
Exactly. And even though this remains, a lot of details still need to be sorted out, but how significant do you think this reopening is in the context of the recent ceasefire and negotiations over Gaza's reconstruction?
Well, it's very significant if it goes the way we desired it to go. Discussions with the American administration and its interlocutors was clear that Israel will open the crossing both ways, that there will be a free flow of needs, be them food or reconstruction material. Now we seem to be having hurdles and obstacles, which means and confirms that Israel wants Gaza, wants the cake and have it all without any single Palestinian remaining. So I would say such a process will certainly impede the flow. It looks like also this is a reflection of the Israeli discontent with the pressure that the Americans seem to have slightly put on Israel to open the crossing. I say slightly because there doesn't seem to be a serious commitment on the part of Israel to apply any of the 20 points that then turned the Security Council decision were passed few months now, and there's no clear Israeli indicative of any move in the right direction. If anything, Israel is impeding the process and certainly delaying matters as we speak.
Yes, because the Israeli government said that it made this opening conditional on Hamas making every effort, they say, to return the body of the last hostage. That would be police officer Sergeant Ran Vili. So what do we know about Ran Vili's whereabouts? And is Hamas making every effort possible to return the body of the last hostage?
Well, the body of the last hostage, as I said an hour ago, was announced to have been retrieved. So there aren't any excuses, rather, for this delay whatsoever. Moreover, Israel has not in any way implemented phase one. If anything, no Palestinian believes that there was any implementation of phase one. Bombardment continued to take place. Israel was annexing more land of the Gaza Strip. It was moving the yellow line, as it were. It was not allowing any flow of reconstruction material. It was not allowing the sick and needy to leave the Gaza Strip, has not opened the Rafah crossing, many things that Israel was not in any way keen to implement. Moreover, the situation of, in the West Bank, rather, remains very complicated and very hairy. Israel is allowing more and more settlement activities to take place. Moreover, it's allowing settlers not only to arm, but also to take up these arms against Palestinians and driving Palestinians from their localities. So that confirms what we have been saying day in and day out, that Israel is on for one objective only, driving Palestinians out in the West Bank and Gaza for sure.
And well, now that the Israeli condition has been met, that would be the return of the body of the last hostage. What are you hopeful for a full opening of the Rafah crossing, or do you have an expected timeline for fully reopening this crossing?
As far as the American administration has said quite recently, Rafah crossing should have been opened maybe yesterday, maybe this morning, but there seem to be other ideas that Israel has. Number one is to erect an additional checkpoint to attend to security matters, as it said. Moreover, walking as pedestrians coming in and out of Gaza is another impeding point. And there does not seem to be any clarity on the flow of goods, as I said, or reconstruction material. So as we speak, things are getting more and more complicated, and Israel is adding layers after layers of security, which would certainly destroy the entire process and may push the scene towards a resumption of attacks and, war, as it were.
And the latest reports on the ground in Gaza are that the rain, the harsh winter, and malnutrition are actually claiming more and more lives in Gaza as we speak. So what do local humanitarian workers on the ground, for example, report about the current situation while this crossing has remained closed? And how much has this actually made the conditions worse?
Definitely, I agree with you. This has made the conditions much worse. Let's take the, UNRWA, for example. It had said that Gaza has become the most dangerous place on earth, not only for journalists, but also for humanitarian workers. Take also into consideration the complaint or the sustained complaint by other agencies that there's no food coming enough food rather coming into Gaza, and there's stacks and stacks of food on the other side, while lorries await entry into Gaza. So it looks like, things are getting more and more complicated. And obviously, Israel is keen to push the Palestinians into the brink of attacking Israel somehow, so that it uses that again as an excuse to wage yet another war, or rather resume the old war, but this time knowing that it has no hostages in, so it will destroy Gaza in its entirety. Gaza has been destroyed, 90% of it, as you know, has been flooded. There's not been any life, as it were, in Gaza. And things are, as I said, are getting more and more complicated.
And as you said, it still remains unclear whether the reopening, or limited one, would, for example, allow medical patients, I imagine there's many, to leave Gaza for treatment in Egypt or other neighboring countries. So how do you respond to criticism that this limited opening might actually still restrict critical, much needed critical aid and or civilian travel that is actually considered a lifeline for Gazans?
I would say, that's absolutely true. What is happening is impeding the movement of people. It is affecting the livelihood of those that are standing there awaiting their turn for treatment, and is certainly delaying matters, leading to the scenes that came out of Gaza. Under severe and atrocious weather conditions, things were getting worse and worse for Gazans. So I totally agree that Israel is on for making the lives of Palestinians more and more horrible and more horrid for the purpose of pushing Palestinians out. The only scene that will make Netanyahu happy is to see as many Palestinians as he could leave Gaza, and as he wants to see a mass exodus of Palestinians departing Palestine. I think that's in his wildest dream, but so far is creating and setting the scene and is creating the obstacles needed to achieve that.
Now, Dr. Saidam, on to another topic here. Donald Trump signed his Gaza Board of Peace. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to join. So how will Israel's participation, in your eyes, shape the board's agenda on Gaza, meaning, for example, reconstruction, security, and for long-term peace objectives?
First of all, let me remind you that we have welcomed, as the PLO and Fatah, we have welcomed any step that leads towards saving the blood of our people and saving Gaza in its entirety, and leading towards reconstruction and consolidation of the existence of our people there. But the mere fact that Netanyahu sits on the board is actually laughable. This is a joke. This is a man who has an arrest warrant issued against his name and against him and his ex-defense minister for crimes against humanity. It was issued by the International Criminal Court. So how on earth would you invite somebody with blood on his hands to be sitting at a so-called peace board? It's rather peculiar, and also other leaders would find it difficult, especially those who acknowledge the decisions by the International Criminal Court and won't allow Netanyahu to even fly over their skies, to be sharing seats with him and sitting at the same podium, designing the future of Gazans and designing the future of Palestinians. This is rather bizarre and totally unexpected and totally unacceptable to many Palestinians. And I think Israel and American administrations would have a lot of questions to answer. If anything, there should have been the Palestinians themselves sitting there and not Netanyahu.
Exactly. And actually, to what extent might Netanyahu's involvement affect the board's legitimacy with Arab states and other international actors, for instance, European countries who have decided not to join?
Well, definitely so. They have not joined maybe over Greenland dispute, but also over the principle that a man who has, as I said, blood on his hands being seated next to them is rather bizarre, as I said. So I think they've taken a wise decision. It will make, as I said, the position of other leaders rather awkward to be sharing the same platform with him. I think Netanyahu will make certain that he complicates things, that he drives Palestinians out, that he drives the hell out of Palestinians, and also make life difficult vis-a-vis reconstruction and what have you. Maybe it is the project of the Riviera or whatever names they have called the place would be implemented, and Netanyahu is there to make that happen. Let's hope the American administration would conclude at the end that Netanyahu is not the right recipe for peace, and that, if anything, there should have been a change of leadership in Israel and maybe in America at a later stage for peace to prevail. But remember, Trump was the man who spoken earlier about prosperity, about new Middle East, about peace and what have you. Where would that happen when Netanyahu is still in the scene? And where would it happen when Netanyahu is still sharing or intending to share platform with the leaders, at least of a freer world, that speak their mind and should not agree to a criminal being seated next to them?
And you mentioned a Palestinian voice in this board here. The board does include several Arab governments, but no elected Palestinian representation. So how meaningful can these Arab voices on the board speak for Gazans, if Gazans and Palestinians themselves don't have a direct seat at the table here?
Well, let me say that we will not allow Trump to strike a chord between the Palestinian leadership and the Arab leaders. These are our brothers, definitely. They will certainly echo what we want to say, but it's more meaningful, I agree with you, if Palestinians were sitting there at the board. So that is going to create difficulty, as it were, and it will be a non-starter. Let's hope that the American administration, with the help of our brothers, as I said, would certainly push for a Palestinian presence and reconsider the very existence of Netanyahu on the same platform.
And speaking of the same platform here, Israel did have initial concerns of the board's composition, for instance, the participation of Turkey and Qatar. So how will these competing diplomatic views perhaps affect the board's effectiveness here? Or might this Gaza board actually force Israel, Turkey, and Qatar, for example, to actually coordinate efforts? Could this actually be a good thing?
Well, this is what the American administration wanted. Moreover, Turkey and Qatar were the ones behind engineering the scene, as it were. The 20 points of Trump, the Security Council, the cessation of hostilities, the exchange of detainees, it all happened under the auspices of the efforts that were exercised by Turkey and Qatar. So come now and say we don't want them is rather ambiguous. I think Israel is playing games. Israel would need Qatar and Turkey for its own good, and would need the Qatar and Turkey for its own mediation of efforts that it needs so desperately. So I would say, there is some sort of game playing, as it were.
And Dr. Saidam, some analysts, also countries, have expressed this concern. For example, France. They say the board could rival or sideline the United Nations and their mission. Is this a valid concern, or is an extra hand actually in peace building actually helpful here?
Well, I think, the composition of the board, inviting everyone, right, left and center, inclusive of Netanyahu, which I said rather bizarrish, and also asking people to pay $1 billion and getting members to commit to financial help for the reconstruction of Gaza was certainly a move that actually threw some doubt into the entire scene. And France reflected the entire mood of Europe that Trump is on to replace the UN. But now I have to say that having seen that many countries have not joined the board, inclusive of some Arab countries, by the way, I would say his efforts have failed. The UN will remain the United Nations. It will remain representing all people of the world. And no matter what Trump does, he will not succeed in replacing the UN. Moreover, UNRWA specifically has been in the scene for the last 80 years almost, or maybe less, but certainly knows the ins and outs of Palestinian lives. No matter what Trump tries to do, no matter what Netanyahu tries to do, this piece of board will certainly not replace the UN, for sure.
Okay, and now let's turn to another topic here. We're going to talk about Trump and Jared Kushner's Gaza reconstruction real estate mega project master plan. This was unveiled at Davos, including, for example, the proposal for up to 180 skyscrapers in Gaza. So what is your initial assessment of this plan?
I mean, forget about what I want to say. Let's take into consideration what others have said. Those who attended Davos, they said this is more of a dream that's not going to be realized. This is more of a plan that is more of a, just a story and a dream story that Trump wants to tell the world. I think, given the time span that this initiative or the Board of Peace and what have you was made to last for is not going to be sufficient to allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, this is an implementation of a Security Council decision, remember, that would last until 2027, which means that Trump would not be in the scene. Moreover, the resolution itself bears the name of Trump. When Trump is gone, would this ever survive? I doubt it. America is already rejecting Trump. Things are difficult, quite challenging in different states as we speak, and maybe this will escalate, and this matter remains to be seen. So this is more of a dream. We would love to be, as Palestinians, enjoying the existence of the development of the entirety of Palestine, of making sure Palestinians stay on their land. But I think we'd have to do this with a great deal of realism and also a great deal of commitment and a great deal of, a very Palestinian identity to be there to play a major role in doing that. Exporting dreams, implementing them on territory that does not belong to you will not make the territory yours in any way, no matter what you do.
And exactly, Dr. Saidam, and for our final question here, and continuing on what you've been mentioning about the timeline and concerns on the timing of this plan, because Kushner's plan actually promises a rapid redevelopment of Gaza, he says. But the timeline he suggests, as you also said, seems far shorter than what the United Nations and Palestinian authorities actually expect. So realistically, let's get a bit more into this. Do you think it will take... How much time do you think it will take to clear the rubble, remove unexploded bombs, etc., before any large-scale reconstruction can even begin?
Well, if there's a will, there is a way. Let me say with honesty, if there is a will on the part of the international community to open all crossings, to make sure that there is an influx of equipment needed to remove the rubble, and also an influx of material that's needed for reconstruction, things will happen in no time. No time meaning maybe 3-4 years. But if things are impeded the way they are by Israel, it will take decades maybe before Gaza is to be revitalized and brought back to life. Sadly, I say so when I have family there and I've lost my loved ones. But I would say it with hope that there will be a world that's going to wake up and believe that Palestine has been delayed far too long, and the resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict has been put on the back burner for decades on end. Let's hope that it is resolved so that we see an open lines, open veins as they were, for blood to flow in and for hope to flow in as well, for Palestinians to see a different reality and a different future.
Dr. Sabri Saidam, thank you for joining us from Ramallah today. We appreciate your analysis and perspective on this matter today. Trade tensions are back in focus. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has made it clear his country has no plans to pursue free trade with China. This comes after Trump vowed to hit Canada with 100% tariff on its goods if it struck a deal with Beijing. Carney hinted that the recent agreement with China was being misunderstood, explaining it only rolled back tariffs in a few specific sectors that had been hit earlier. For more analysis, I'm joined by Nicholas Shihani, an economist based in Beirut. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Catalina, for receiving me today.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start with our first question today, addressing Prime Minister Carney from Canada, who's emphasized that Canada will not pursue a broad trade deal with China here in response to the U.S. pressure on tariffs. So how does Canada plan to balance maintaining good relations with both the U.S. and China here?
Okay, in fact, we have to know that currently there is an economic war that is happening between the U.S. and the rest of the world. We all know that the new policy in the U.S. is driven by an inflationary policy and inflationary results. And what's the U.S. administration is trying to reduce this inflation impact on its citizens by trying to reduce interest rates and by trying to increase liquidity to the country. So today, this economic war, it's happening about putting tariffs on every country that does not comply with the U.S. requirements. Canada is one of the most important example in this case. The U.S. is claiming an important part of Canada recently because of its richness in rare earth minerals and oil and other items that are very important for the sustainability and the sovereignty of the American, economy. In this regard, Canada turned towards China as a de-risking or as a hedge to any retaliation from the U.S. concerning the tariffs that with which they were threatened to increase by around 100% over the coming year. So today, having Canada turning towards China is a critical transformation in the equilibrium of the worldwide economy. Canada was always American and American-driven and supporting the U.S. Now pushing Canada towards evaluating going with China, is a critical transformation all over in the world. So how Canada will deal with that, I think it's a difficult equation. But at the same time, it's a message to the American administration saying that, guys, what you are trying to put on us is something that will destroy our economy, that will put a brake on the growth and will increase, the household prices, which will create inflation, weaken our currency. So the impact will be huge. Catalina. So today they are still in negotiation. How they are going to do it, we'll wait for it in the next week or so because things are going very fast. Just to specify that all this coming from the fact that 20 years ago or more, people, countries were going towards globalization. Everybody used to hear globalization. Then 10 years ago, they goes back to globalization and localization. Now, every country, in order to preserve its sovereignty in terms of economical power, in terms of logistic power, in terms of military power, they are looking, all of them, to localize. But in order to localize, they need a transition period. So they need to create a new trade channels in order to absorb any shock coming from increase in tariffs so that they can, on the mid-run, try to transform their economy from a global one to a global or local one.
And as you mentioned earlier, Trump threatened Canada with 100% tariffs if Canada makes a deal with
Absolutely.
China. So does Canada see this U.S. threat as actually credible, and or how prepared is the Canadian economy if such tariffs were actually imposed by the U.S.?
We have to know that assuming that the U.S. does not impose 100% tariff increase, but 50% tariff increase, which is most probable if Canada doesn't comply, because Canada can retaliate also in the U.S. Most of the Canadian oil is bought by the U.S. So there will be, as I was saying, an economic war which we need to avoid across the globe. Everything can be done in negotiation, in agreements. It's not about imposing something on someone because someone believes that the other can accept it. No. Imposing increase in tariffs, 100% or 50%, can heavily impact the economic growth, lead to unemployment increase, lead to destruction of the purchase power of the household, lead to weakening of the Canadian currency. And this is not acceptable. Are the Canadians ready for that? No, of course not, because for the last 20 years they were globalizing and using, external, trades as taken for granted. Now every country is trying to stabilize, but stabilization needs time. You cannot transform your economy that was shaped for 20 years or 15 years towards a local economy with self-sufficient. So it's a tricky equation, but I think every country today, and mainly in Europe, we can talk about it as well, they are starting analyzing and understanding that globalization is not the right approach. There should be some very important localization in very strategic, areas like defense, like agriculture, like food, like commodities. All this need to be looked at, and mainly energy.
And you mentioned this quickly. You're saying that global alliances have to redefine themselves right now. And China actually pitched itself in Davos as a more reliable trade partner, at least, than the U.S. right now, amid Trump's tariff threats, saying China is a trading partner, not a rival for other countries. So could these threats push Canada, as we're seeing, it will perhaps push Canada to diversify its trade partners? And what long-term economic consequences might this have for Canada and other countries as well?
I mean, China has positioned itself as a reliable trade partner. China has always been positioned itself as a good trade partner. Look how they position themselves in Africa. But at the end, there is a domination by China. So unless you create what we call a core economic ground and strong economic ground, you still being between two polarity, the U.S. and China. Soon the Chinese, economy will overrun the U.S. one. So, Anna, my opinion is that the Canadian and the European need to meet and organize and consolidate, maybe through trade accords, and even further. They are talking about defense accord with the NATO in order to create a third, if you want, a third pole, economic pole, where they can together be stronger. If each country alone try to deal with this country or that country, at the end, the big ones will win. And each country alone will lose on the mid or long run. You have to know that the European also has signed recently with the Mercosur, as you know. And signing with the Mercosur will open to Europe a 260 million person or consumer across Latin America and other countries who are dealing with the Mercosur. This also is a way of going forward and absorb any potential future impact of increasing tariffs in Europe. Maybe that will impact, net exporters in Germany and Holland, and in France it will be mitigated, because in some areas France will have a open, trade channel for cosmetics in Brazil, etc. At the same time, they have impact on the local farmers, because South America, meat cost is very cheap. So there is no free lunch in finance or in economy. From where you take from somewhere, you put somewhere else, unless you start reaching sustainability. And this is where Canada and Europe need to create a midterm or long-term strategy for their sustainability, internal, trade corridors, but also external diversified trade corridors to reduce any concentration risk on their economy. Why? Because any impact, any hit on the economy of any country that will do it on a standalone base will have a GDP depreciation by around half a point, which is a lot. They will have stagflation, which means continuous inflation, and risk of increase in prices. So all this, they need to set a new strategy. And during the Davos meeting, the European insisted on fixing this meeting and sitting for it because it was a unique opportunity for all the managers of the world to sit and discuss and align. And in French, we say l'union fait la force. That means, we are stronger together. Alone, we will lose.
And we mentioned, even though Canada said it will not pursue here, they said a broad trade deal with China. Let's talk specifics here, because Canada and China did sign this new strategic partnership. So what does this plan actually entail?
I mean, today, China is looking to have a sovereignty or a sustainability in the energy field. China does not only produce but also exports a lot. You saw the price of silver that increased recently. It's because China has reduced the quota of exporting silver. It's not because the industry needed more silver. So it's here the offer and the demand and the availability and scarcity. The same, China is looking to secure their energy corridors like oil. What happened in Venezuela recently is a real example of what China doesn't want. Okay, China used to import 95% of Venezuela oil, and having the oil channel that is produced by Canada, that was channeled to the U.S., moving to China will have hedge the impact partially, at least, on China, sustainability and security in oil and energy to continue the growth and the production. So China is trying to find other ways to secure its energy sustainability. Countries on which higher tariffs might be applied to, so impacted by these tariffs, are trying to find the new channels to diversify their export channels. But at the same time, whatever you do today, even if Canada signed today with China, do you think that the risk of the tariff increase impact on Canada will be absorbed immediately? No, of course not. The European has signed with Mercosur. Canada might sign with China, but the impact of these agreements will take 3, 4, 5 years, to start feeling or absorb the immediate tariff impacts that could be set by the U.S. So here is the story. A strategy is very important to set up today. There is a new world order that's happening between Russia, China, and the U.S. Either let's say the mid countries like Europe, Africa, some countries in the Mercosur react and try to align together in order to absorb such a polarization of the economy, or they will lose.
So as you just said, there is a new world order. So what diplomatic routes can Canada, for example, Europe or the U.S. take here to de-escalate these trade and political tensions that we're seeing right now? Are we seeing more of an isolation of the U.S. with all these threats, or a trend or a major global trend towards protectionism?
Okay, this is an extremely important question. Thank you, Catalina, for asking me such a critical topic. True. Today, the U.S. are trying to put pressure on every country that is not able to sustain a diversification of its trade. The impact of tariffs is immediate. The diversification takes time. So today, if the countries accept, the U.S. rule, economic war, okay, this is an economic war, they will be bound by losing growth towards the American economy. So, or they can threaten the American economy the way Canadian did by setting an agreement with China the way the European did by signing, the agreement with the Mercosur, and say, okay, you retaliate on us, we retaliate back. Okay, we have our, we can also increase tariffs. You depend on us on some products as well, but at the same time we can hedge our risk over 2-3 years. But in the meantime, it will be a tough equation for Europe and Canada. But will this isolate America? Definitely, because in fact, when you trade with a partner, you trade based on trust. And this is what China tried to do during the Davos, meeting, showing that it's a trustful partner, a trustful trade partner. Until when, we don't know. But in this equation, China took the opportunity to show as a trustful partner. Today, the U.S. are not a trustful partner based on the way they deal with their own partners, with their own allies. The closest one is Canada. So it's an equation of, will this isolate America? What will happen in 3 years when there is a change in policy and in the presidency in the U.S.? Will this impact the U.S.? Will the European, will the Canadian set up this strategy where in 4 or 5 years it will play a very important game to sustain and support their economy and isolate further the U.S.? Maybe, true. Once again, there is no free lunch in economy or finance. You gain from one side, you lose from the other side. It's a balanced equation always. The most important is growth.
Nicholas Shihani, thank you so much for joining us from Beirut. We appreciate your economic perspective on the matter.
Thank you very much, Catalina.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming.
So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you will see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
If you are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine.
His tender mercy, who through life has been my guide.
This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose, I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give me notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image. 10 Commandment, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia or New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors.
almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And the dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch. 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taken over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they would do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, and when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest, continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat. Sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt. Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Paul accompanies US to show us some of his personal buggies.
Go through the bringing lights, so headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. to our head and face. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. The boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. Chicken leg too, I guess. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in we'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of a 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons, and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations, and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and I. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures. But as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعا كاملا في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between Al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because Al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the CAW, African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria, about 60 kilometers from Mogadishu. The town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Muscat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
ujeedkii u sameynaya wuxuu ahaa
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day.
Illegal, taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في ذلك.
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the FIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Sotheby Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals,
and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year, Mogadishu Port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing. And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdinur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia. To create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency. Bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature that gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that, time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab-led mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Dailies area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire. Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees
to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I have been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He is an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.